What makes Buñuel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
What makes Buñuel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
What makes Buñuel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
What makes Spaniel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
What makes Brunel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
What makes Brunel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
What makes Brunel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
What makes Brunel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
What makes Brunel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Hello, folks, and welcome to the Hallway Track Backstage Pass with me at React Day Berlin. Sitting here on the stage, we've had some amazing talks so far. Hopefully you've been enjoying them at home, but I thought I will take you behind the scenes and show you some of the things that are happening over here at React Day. So we've had some amazing talks so far on this main stage. You've probably been following along. We have amazing speakers. One of my favorite talks so far was Tejas. He gave a great talk about React server components. And then we also had Eddie talk about Markdown or MDX, which is a new thing for me. So many things that I'm learning just by coming here to React Day Berlin, and hopefully you have been learning about at home. But we have so much more because we don't just have great talks here at React Day Berlin. We have so many other extra ways that you can get involved. So we have the core talks in the main hall, but we also have our sponsors exhibition hall. So sponsors make this event possible. So we want to say a big thank you to all of them, but they also actually come and hang out with us. We have the Sentry team, we've got Replay, we've got Storyblock, Ably, Hanson Table, Bonial, and Okta, all just hanging out and talking to developers, talking to people about how they can make their lives with React even better. And the thing that I love is that when you go around to these things, lots of times they have really, really cool swag. We can see some cool Sentry stickers over here. Let's check out Hanson Table because they have a lot of stickers on their table. Now that is super cool. I am gonna steal one of these stickers. I'm gonna get this like JS Superman sticker. I really enjoy it. How are you folks doing? Are you enjoying the conference?
Yeah, we're doing great. Talking to a lot of people, learning about like a lot of their React use cases of our product and their product, and it's very interesting talking directly. Even meeting people that have been using our product before is actually very cool. Like it's inspiring hearing their use case. So yeah, it's been a great time, and there's a lot of people and a lot of faces, but very fun.
Cool. I'm sorry to throw you under the bus and just walk up and chat to you, but now I'm curious, what does Hanson Table 2 tell me and tell the people at home?
Yeah, so basically we're a data grid, a data editor. We have basically gives you the ability to out of the box have a great spreadsheet-like experience. So if you're a user that has, if you have people that are using Excel, you can quickly put our client-side library into your application and have that experience out of the box.
Pretty cool. So, but you've been enjoying the conference, and I can see you have some cool stickers, some cool swag and t-shirts, and even a mug. Is there any way that people at home, they can't unfortunately get this swag, but any way people at home can maybe find out more about Hanson Table and maybe get some perks or some extra goodies?
Yeah, you can check us out at hansontable.com, and also you can reach out to us at any time. I'm Evan Seward, and this is Chris. So yeah, we're happy to talk, and yeah.
Awesome. So definitely go reach out, and maybe you can find out that this is a tool that you might want to use. All right, let's just go around and check out some of the other sponsors. The thing that I like is there's a variety of different sponsors that do so many different things. We've got Storyblock, who's also like one of like products that I use and I really love. I just want to like pause over. Let's go chat to them. Nice to meet you, Manuel.
Very nice to meet you.
My name is Nathaniel, and I'm just taking the people at home on a backstage pass, showing them the things that unfortunately they are missing at the conference.
Oh yeah, cool, amazing.
Do you mind telling people at home you maybe have never heard of Storyblock? Like, I love it, I use it, but can you tell them what it is?
Sure. So Storyblock is a headless CMS, which has a visual editor, so you can easily integrate any modern reactive front-end technology with Storyblock. And then you can use the visual editor to preview everything in real time, so really bridging the gap between content creators and developers in a nutshell.
That's awesome. And one thing I can tell about you folks at Storyblock is you like stickers. Can we take a look at this laptop? Now, that is, do you mind if I pick it up?
Sure, go for it.
That is an impressive sticker coverage. I'm curious, at home, do you mind sharing with me the coverage of the stickers on your laptop? Like, are yours completely covered? Maybe there's some of you that prefer to have the clean laptop look. Well, I know that we have all of these things, but genuinely, I think the important takeaway here is, like, at React Day Berlin, there's so many different tools. There is, like, React has a great ecosystem of tools, of communities, of products that you can use to become better developers, to have an easier and more fun time coding. And then sometimes there are fun games. This is one that I've seen before. It's Ably Arcade, and it uses Ably technology to power a multiplayer game of rock, paper, scissors. Like, you have these icons and you can move them around the screen, and depending on if you're rock, paper, or scissors, whenever you collide with someone, it's like Pac-Man and the right person wins. So you can check out at arcade.ably.dev. I just want to shout it out because it's one of my favorite interactions at this conference so far. And you can find out about how Ably can maybe fit into your React apps to add some of that real-time communication. But anyway, lots of things, lots of people are eating food. So you may be at home. Hopefully you're at home. You've got a nice, comfortable setup. Can you mind if I just slide past here? Thank you. You've got a nice, comfy setup. You have lots of good food around, and you're not missing out too much, but there is good food here as well. And there's so much more as well. So we got people who are taking part in the photo booth. I'm really loving this. How are you enjoying the photo booth? That is a great photo, by the way. That is so cool. You enjoy it? You getting ready for the next one? All right. I was going to photobomb them, but you know what? I think I can photobomb? All right, I'm going to join in on the next one. Let's join in on the photo and, like, share our memories from, oh no. Okay. All right, we'll do it next time, don't worry. But if you are at home, take pictures of where you are watching the conference from and share it using the hashtag ReactDayBerlin. We want to see where you are watching from and hanging out with us. And then the cool thing is you can bump into, like, friends. You might see people you know. You might see other people you know, like one of the co-MCs who's been hanging out at this event. You've been downstairs on the other track. How's the content been on the other track?
The content's been absolutely awesome. I just love it. It's a slightly more intimate space down there. We just had great talks, great questions, and it's just been a great time.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Thank you, Kevin. All right, let's actually go and check that track out because it's a really, really cool venue space. So downstairs, and this is a fun fact that I found out recently, downstairs in this venue is one of the oldest cinema rooms in Berlin. Pretty cool. So you can come to one of the oldest cinema rooms in Berlin. Fortunately, you won't be watching any movies, but you will be watching some amazing talks. So if you are at home and you want to switch tracks, luckily for you, you just need to click a button. But for us, we got to go down the stairs and walk around the venue as well. So we got the Use Memo track here, which is the second track. And we also have the useReducer track, which is the main track here at the conference. But it's a really cool space, and the good thing is, especially for you folks at home, is even if you missed the talk that you really wanted to try to listen to, maybe there's multiple talks happening at the same time, it's totally fine. You can catch up after the event, especially if you get the Git Nation multi-pass, so you can rewatch all the talks from this talk and so many more. It's so quiet in here, so chill, but trust me, it's gonna get full of people in a couple of minutes. Look at this beautiful space and these wonderfully comfortable chairs that you can just chill on. Definitely, hopefully your setup at home is pretty comfy where you can find out more about React. But let's move on because there is one last stop on the tour, and I'm going to tell you a few things that I would love you to do while we walk. So, one thing we do is we really enjoy being here and putting on these events, putting the events on for you at home, but we want you to be involved, and you can do that in a couple of ways. So firstly, we want your feedback. We want to know how we can get better. So give us some feedback, and you can do that multiple times throughout the day, and we will use it to get better at the event. And also, make your voice heard. So we've talked about tweeting and sharing on Instagram and Twitter, but what we would also also love is for you to join the discussion rooms. Join the discussion rooms, ask your questions, tell us your opinions on the React ecospace. We have 3 discussion rooms today. We have design systems, we have the future of front-end frameworks, and growing in your career. And when you're doing the discussion rooms, you can come in and hang out and see all of the people here. Now, they're actually a speaker doing an interview that you will probably see in the highlight reel later. Hey, Eddie, how you doing? Good, it's good to see you, but we will get out of their way and stop disturbing them. Bye. All right, so you can bump into all sorts of wonderful people here at React Day Berlin. But like I said, discussion rooms, make yourself heard. You can use the discussion rooms to do that. And also we have Q&A. So we do the Q&A on stage using the Slido, but you can also ask questions to the audience from home. You can use the Q&A track on Discord, sorry, Q&A channel on Discord to ask your questions, and the speakers will be able to give you the answers that you need. But for now, from React Day Berlin, we want to say thank you and enjoy the rest of the conference from home. We'll see you later.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back for lunch. So why don't we have a little bit of applause to just get the energy up? Welcome back. Awesome. Now, I would like all of you in person to just turn around, and there's a camera over there in the corner, and say hello to the remote audience that is joining us. Welcome to React Day Berlin. We are so happy to have everyone, both remote and in person.
There is nothing on this slide.
But
there is nothing on this slide. I just want everyone to know.
But we want to introduce ourselves. You want to introduce yourself to the people at home?
Okay, that is fair. You know what? Okay, so yes, we will be your MCs for today on this track. My name is Sarah. I am a founding engineer at Axo.dev. And yeah, that's about it.
And my name's Nathaniel Okenwa. I'm a developer evangelist at a company called Twilio. Now, for those of you who are here in person, the next bit is going to feel like deja vu. You've heard some of this before. But the folks remotely are just starting the day. So we're going to tell them all about the conference and how they can make the most of it. And speaking about making the most of it, we have a lot of attendees.
We have almost 5,000 people. And I want you all to know that I grew up in a town with 5,000 people. So that's a lot of people for me. And we have people from all over the world, so that's really cool. That's really, really cool, and that's why we also started this hour, so we make sure that we can span the most countries we can. So thank you all for attending, wherever you are.
Thank you so much. Now, all of these amazing people, these 5,000 people from around the world, they're not here to see us. They're here to see the amazing talks put together by this wonderful program committee. And I know we've already given them a clap, but we can give them two. Let's give a round of applause to Robin, Ashima, Alexandra, Daniel, Michele, Roy, and Johannes. Give them applause.
Here's how you can ask questions today. So you go to slide that dough, or my mic is off. I'm sure everyone could still hear me because I'm so loud. Can anyone in the back still hear me even though I didn't have a mic?
The people at home.
No, I know, but still, I just want to make sure. Yeah, I'm so loud, and I don't actually have bad hearing. I got it tested like a couple of times. And I was really sad when they said I didn't. Okay, questions? If you have them, we can answer them. And by we, I don't mean us. I mean the actual people who are doing talks. Go to slide.do or slido.com. And you enter the code 0812, which is today's date in European ways, and pick the track useReducer and ask your question. Please start with the name of the speaker, because that makes it easier for us to, as the MCs, to know what is happening, basically. Yeah, so don't forget to ask questions. There's always a Q&A after each talk.
And we want to say a big thank you to the people who are giving the talk, who supported the conference today. So those are our sponsors. Let's give it up for Storyblock, Hanson Table, Bonnie Owl, Ably, Auth0 by Okta, Focus Reactive, Sentry, and Replay. Lots of amazing tools in that lineup we can use to be better developers.
And make stuff really fast. And also, a huge round of applause for our media partners for spreading the word about this conference and helping us reach 5,000 people.
All right, now, people who are here, you may have already been taking pictures. I've already seen some tweets. You can see the tweets up on the wall. But folks at home, we would like you to take your pictures and tweet at us, telling us about your experience with the conference. So you can do that on Twitter or X and Instagram using the hashtag ReactDayBerlin. And we're actually going to be giving away a raffle of wonderful prizes. We have t-shirts and Git Nation multi-passes that you can use to use at conferences like this to show that you enjoy it.
Okay, and what is a multi-pass? So with multi-passes, basically you get access to all events for 1 year. So that's really cool. You don't have to worry about buying each one. You just get everything.
So let's move on and talk about the program that we have today. So we're going to talk about it for people in person and then people who are remote. So let's start with the folks who are remote. You can go over to reactday.berlin. You probably are already on there now, and you see something like this.
And it looks like a lawn, because it is a lawn, and it also has my face really big there and Tobias, and none of us are enjoying it very much. So I'm going to stay in this slide for as long as I can. Okay, but if you go to the watch page, so basically you can see 2 tracks with 2 tabs, and basically those are the 2 tracks that we have right now, and you can choose which one you want from the timeline underneath. And if you have more questions, there's also a Discord and a spatial chat. Spatial. English is not my first language. And the schedules of the talks can also be seen there, and also on React Day Berlin. So it's hard to miss anything. And it continues with my face on the screen. That's great. Okay, so Discussion rooms, we have 3 today. We have future of front-end frameworks, growing your career, and design systems. And so if you're here, you can just go to the room next door. I mean, somewhere over there in the egg-shaped building. And if you're remote, you probably already guessed there's a button that you can click to join the spatial chat and to talk with that, and just do it.
And the spatial chat's actually really, really useful because we have an actual virtual venue. So one of the perks about being here in person, and I'm sure you've already experienced this, is you can go around and actually just talk to people. You can do that too virtually using spatial chat. Go around and walk up to another avatar and just start a conversation. Maybe you'll meet someone that you have a lot in common with.
And now both my face and Tobias' face are out of the screen. So that's great. Okay, yeah, so again, 313 discussion rooms. Feel free to join any of them. And if you're here, it's downstairs next to the use memo. And don't be shy to ask questions. We're here to answer your questions.
Awesome. All right. Lots of information, but you can always go and check it out on the Discord. So head over to community if you just want to chat. If you have any questions that you want to answer and we were not able to do them in the Slido, go to the Q&A-name of the track as well, and you can hang out in there with the remote attendees and maybe some people who are actually here in person as well.
And there's also going to be a couple of remote workshops, and one of them is a TypeScript deep dive by Michel Vestrasa, which I think that's how you pronounce it, but I don't know. If a Dutch person is here, they can tell me that's not how you pronounce it. So he's going to be doing a really good workshop on TypeScript and a really big deep dive on it.
And you can get more information about all of these workshops at reactday.berlin/workshops/free H. All right, we also want to make sure that everyone's feeling safe. I know we said this in the morning, but this is important, so we're going to repeat it. We do have a code of conduct during this event, which is at gitnation.org/COC. And if at any point you feel there has been a violation, let us know at coc@gitnation.org, and we'll take care of it right away. We do not tolerate any forms of harassment on any of our channels, whether that's in person, in chat, or on the Discord.
If you have any problems while in here, you can also reach out to anyone who has a yellow badge. That's the organization, or to one of the MCs, and we'll make sure that gets resolved. We also have some jobs. If you're looking for some jobs, we have some jobs. So you can check out the jobs, the amazing jobs we have from our sponsors at this QR code or React.Berlin/React Jobs. And there's also perks. You can get a lot of cool stuff. You always like cool stuff. You like free stuff. We all like free stuff, so yeah.
We love free stuff. But one thing that we love, especially people who are organizers and us who take part in the conference, is we love feedback. We genuinely love finding out how we can be better. Maybe you want more things from us as a conference. Maybe there's something you want us to do less of. Let us know. You can fill this out multiple times during the day so that we can continuously improve, whether it's in person or at home. And also, like we said before, don't forget to ask questions with the Slido. We'll ask them to the speakers after their talk, and even if we don't get to them, head over to the Q&A discussion rooms in person and the Q&A channels on the Discord. All right, deja vu over. We can continue with the rest of the conference, and we can start the conference for people at home. Thank you so much, co-MC.
So much.
Really appreciate having you on stage. All right, so we are going to go with the first talk of the second half of the day, the first talk of the day for those of you who are remote, and we are going to have an amazing talk about TurboPack, coming from the creator of Webpack and TurboPack. And one thing I love about them, I love finding facts about speakers and finding out what things we have in common. And maybe you should go to the speaker afterwards and talk a little bit about board games, because he needs more excitement in his life with board games, because he has way too much excitement in his life for his wonderful children who take up all his time. But more importantly, well, not more importantly than that, I take that back. But for us today, what we are going to do is learn about TurboPack, why, how, when, and the vision for the future. I'd like to invite to the stage Tobias. Give it up for him.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm actually talking about rethinking bundling strategies today. And my name is Tobias Koppers. I created Webpack 11 years or 12 years ago. And like 2 years ago or 3 years ago, I joined Vessel and worked a little bit on Next.js, improving Webpack for Next.js. And now I'm working on TurboPack and integrating Next.js with TurboPack. And yeah, my talk is actually a little bit more like general facing. So I want to talk about few things. So I want to look at two different challenges in writing bundlers. So actually looking at the magic in bundlers. So I grabbed two topics for that, so two challenges that I currently or in future will face with building TurboPack. And yeah, I want to go a little bit deep into that because I think learning these bundler magic can be important, even if you technically should not face it in your day-to-day job. The bundler should make it transparent and should not like face you with all these challenges. It should just solve it magically. But I think it's still useful to know it, and yeah, you get the deep insight of that, and it may help you in a few edge cases and that stuff. So I first want to present these two challenges and then go into the current state with Next.js and Webpack for that. And after that, I want to like spend a bit of time rethinking that and how we can improve on that, what we can do better in future, and what we actually want to do with on TurboPack with these challenges. A little disclaimer first. So I'm mostly work with Next.js, Webpack, and TurboPack, so everything is on from the perspective of these tools. And there are still other tools outside, and they have similar things, so different implementations. And also, like most of the ideas are not really new. It's more like inspired by other tools. And yeah. So the first topic is mostly about long-term caching, which is really not well known by many people. So what is long-term caching at all? So long-term caching means we want to leverage the browser cache, so the memory disk or memory cache in the browser to like store our resources, and especially between deployments. So there are basically three practical levels of leveraging browser cache. So the first one is like max edge caching, where you just specify my resource is valid for 2 hours, and you don't have to check that again, and you can just use the cache for 2 hours. But in practice, it's pretty much unsuitable for like our case of application, because we might have a critical bug fix to fix, and we want to deploy something, and we don't want to wait 2 hours until the user actually gets the bug fixed. So we don't want to use that at all. What we want to use is like e-tag caching example. E-tag caching means you basically when the server responds with a resource, it sends a special header e-tag, which usually contains a hash of the content. And the browser stores that in its disk cache and basically in the cache. And you also want to specify it's revalidate. So like the next time the browser wants to use the resource, it just does a new request for that. But it includes a special if non-match header, which includes the e-tag, so the hash of the content. And then the server might, if the resource didn't change in the meantime, it might respond with like a special status code like hasn't changed, you can just use the cache, and you don't need to download it again. And that's basically always works, that's great. But it always also revalidates the request. So it basically sends a new request, you have to pay the round trip, but you don't have to pay the download cost. So it's good, but you can do better. So the best one, I think, it's like, at least for static resources and for that stuff, the immutable caching, which means you send cache control immutable and a few other headers, and it means that the browser can cache it forever, never have to do a round trip, never have to request it again, just can store it forever, usually 1 year or something. But it only works, basically, if it stores it without revalidating forever, you basically can't change the content of the resource, because if you change it, then it might be inconsistent, and browsers might have still it cached that does work. So usually you tackle that by making the URL of that unique in a way that it never changes. So usually the thing is to just add a content hash into the URL. You might saw that with file names having this hash attached, and that makes the URL that unique that it will never change. And if you deploy a new version, it will just get a new URL with a new hash. Yeah, that would be the best one. So how do we face that from bundle level? So the challenge can be solved with a few different techniques. So one thing is we want to make the bundler in a way that it's generating deterministic builds. So a build should, like if you build the same application, it should just generate the same output assets so that the cache can actually be used. If you would generate different output assets, then you can't use the cache. But you also want another property. You want this property is that even if you do a small change to your application, which you usually do, like in every pull request or whatever, you want a property that a small change results in a small output change. So like if you only change one module, you might only expect like one or few chunks change in the output bundle. And yeah, that solves like the way that we can in general use browser cache. now we want to use this immutable caching thing, so we won't just put a content hash on every resource or every file name we emit from the bundler. But sounds pretty easy, just hash the content, add it to the file name. But it gets a little bit complicated because there are actually references between the different things in your application. So like an example, HTML references like your chunks, the chunks reference each other, maybe for async loading and that stuff. And chunks also reference assets like images, fonts, and that stuff. And so that's where the problem comes in. So yeah, so we basically solved like these first few things with Webpack in the current state with Next.js. So to make deterministic builds, we just be careful implementing that and try to avoid absolute paths, or basically avoid absolute paths, so make it independent of like these changes where you clone your repository to a different directory or that stuff. And that was pretty easy, actually. And the more difficult one is this property of small input change, small output change, where you have to like consider every algorithm to make it like actually not having this whole application effect. Like module IDs, we can't really number them one by one. We have to, because if you number it one by one, inserting one module at the start would like rename all the modules that not the property we want. So making like usage of hashes to generate module IDs, and also to chunk your modules into chunks. You have to make it deterministic in a way that small changes will result into small output changes. Also, it's also relevant for optimizations like mangling and that stuff. But in general, we solved that few things. But let's look into this content hashes problem. So if you just go with a naive approach and just put like content hashes on everything, references the normal way, then you get this property where like you have an asset here, like an image, include a content hash, so it's basically hashing the content. The file name is based on a like image ABC with a hash. And that means because async chunk 2 references is in this case, we have to embed the URL of this asset into async chunk 2. And that basically means the hash of asset becomes part of async chunk 2. And async chunk 2 is also hashed and gets a name, and that basically happens for everything. So now, the important thing, if something changed, like I changed this font file to have more subset of fonts, whatever, then this asset, of course, it changes, gets a new URL, and the problem is now the new URL need to embed it into async chunk 2. And that means this chunk also changes and gets a new URL, and that need to be embedded into async chunk 1. It's basically the problem is that the change bubbles up your dependencies, your reference graph in your application. And in the end, it means like the whole graph will invalidate just because you change a little leaf of the graph. And that's not the property we want. We want something else. And Webpack has a solution for that. So what we do in Webpack is instead of like putting references of chunks in the other chunks, we just put all the file names, all the URLs, all the content hashes of chunks into a manifest, which is embedded into the Webpack runtime, and like basically reference that from that. In our graph, it looks like that, where you are basically all the chunk hashes are in the manifest, so the chunks don't reference each other directly. It's basically referencing them indirectly instead. And that changes the property where, like, if you change asset, it still bubbles up to async chunk 2, but then it stops bubbling up to all the other chunks. It basically only bubbles up to the manifest file that changes, and HTML will change, which will always change. But we basically can keep all the chunks, the unrelated chunks, cached, and that gives a lot of benefit for hashing. But there are still issues with that. So an example in a multi-page application where if you have many, maybe thousands HTML files, and you want to client-side navigate between these files, what is you usually want in an example in Next.js application, you need one runtime, because then you want to share modules between all that stuff, and you want to like the state between that stuff. So you basically have the problem that you have a single runtime manifest file. And now you see the problem. Everything is referenced, and like all the chunks in your 1,000 pages are referencing the manifest file. And that gives you the problem, like if you, on page B, you change your image, it bubbles up to async chunk 4 in this case, and then it bubbles up to the manifest, and that will invalidate all your HTML files. And that's okay, it works. We used to do it for like years, but I think we can do better. So I spend a bit of time on this very obvious change you can do here. Like instead of doing a global manifest with all this stuff, you just make a pair root or per page manifest. And that changes the property that now your pages are isolated between each other and they don't have hash dependency between each other. Now you can change one page and only invalidate, or change a module on one page and only invalidates one of the HTML files. Yeah, that basically is a simple change, but it has a big impact. Like, you still have the property of like initial page load is like fast and cached and content hashed. But now you have independent pages. Pages can be independent. There are no hash dependencies between each other. That has benefits for long-time caching, but it also has benefits for like build caching, where you can just cache HTML files between deployments if they don't change. But there's a trade-off. Like, for now, you have to do something for client-side navigations. If you do a client-side navigation from one page to another page, you need to somehow get the manifest and the initial chunks of the other page. And you can't do it with an immutable cached request, because then you would need to embed the content hash into the HTML page again, and that would break the whole thing. So you need to do it like uncached or e-tag cached. But that's a good trade-off to do, because you often have to, when you navigate to another page, you often have to do a data request anyway, and that usually it's kind of easy to embed to bundle or to combine this data request with a request for the new chunks, and actually React Server Components is doing that. Just bundle them together, so we have the one data and chunks request, and then you solve this in a client-side navigation problem. Yeah, that's for long-term caching. Another topic I want to cover, hopefully in the remaining time, is tree shaking. The challenge with tree shaking is that you have a lot of unused code in your application. Like, you have utility libraries like loaders, which bundling a lot of functions, which maybe you're only using 4 of them. Or you have component libraries, maybe from open source projects and like that stuff. Or you have icon libraries, which are actually the worst ones. This bundle thousands of icons, which you only use 2 of them. Yeah, usually that's the problem. And what libraries often do is like kind of files, where if you have like this icon library, you just re-export all the icons in the library, you can just easily import them. It's kind of a nightmare for bundle size, and basically you're referencing all these icons in this library. So we want to do some optimization there. But we have to be careful, because in development you want to use something like HMR, like module replacement, and that could potentially conflict with all these optimizations. So like, if you skip a module, that might change over time. You might know it's unused, but later it might be used, so you have to be careful there. Also be careful with like this kind of regime where like changing one file affects a lot of other files. That's kind of not really great for HMR. So in Webpack we have basically 3 levels of tree shaking. The first level is the model graph tree shaking, where just by following only the imports in your application, you already skip a lot of files because they're never referenced by other files. And that's the base level, where you just follow the model graph and it automatically tree shakes the unused files away. It's basically happening automatically. It's not really a thing we have to do. It's just by design. The next step is side effect-free modules elimination, which means like maybe a barrel file in an icon library is flagged as side effects false in package.json, so it's flagged as side effect free. So we can, like, the bundler can skip that file if it's not used, so if no export of that used. And that's often really useful, because then you can skip over these barrel files and all these unused icons and only like really import that file. That works by just skipping over modules in the reference, by like following the references in a faster way. And the last level, and the most complex level, is a module exports tree shaking, where you just detect in your application which exports of a module are used, and then generate code to only like generate a new code that only references like these modules these exports that are actually used, basically removing the exports that are unused. And in Webpack, it works by having a lot of steps. So this is only the part of the second the 2 later levels of that. So in Webpack, in production, it basically first analyzes like all the exports which are provided, which are used, and then analyzes all the graph in modules and skips over side effect modules. And after all this analysis process, it basically can generate code which skips the unused code and mangles the used ones. And in the end, the minifier kicks in, and that code elimination in the minifier removes the code that's actually unused because it's no longer referenced. In development, it's much lighter. We basically only do the side effects free modules elimination because all the other steps would be too expensive, and especially it would break HMR in ways that are really unpredictable, and that's not great. So the issues with that is a few ones. So the biggest one, I think, is because we have this module graph and exports being a separate process, it's basically also like the lowest unit in Webpack where what it places in chunks, places in bundles, is a module. A module might be reduced by exports, but it still places a whole module into chunks. And that's not ideal. We maybe, from page A, we're using export 1 from a library, and from page B, we're using export 2 of a library. But in the end, after the analytics, we have the library and detect that export 1 and 2 is used, and in both pages we actually embed the library with 2 exports, and that's not optimal. We actually want something where we can actually place exports into bundles, into chunks, so we can actually split it up and have a more efficient code delivered. So especially for larger applications where like your admin page uses this export, but then your user-facing application not really using it, and you don't want to carry that into the bundles. It's also problematic that most of that is disabled in development, which makes it unusable for development, but it might be useful for like faster builds because you can skip stuff in development builds too. And I think the fundamental problem in this case is in Webpack it works by like first it creates this module graph, the unoptimized module graph, and then the optimization kicks in and removes stuff from the module graph again. I think we should do better in that. And the new strategy is to reconsider what's the smallest unit in the bundle. We shouldn't do a module graph by modules. Instead, we should make it by module fragments, by splitting modules into smaller pieces, by exports. Like my library with 10 exports might be split in 10 fragments, where every export is its own fragment. And then we do the module graph thing, but on a module fragment level. So instead, we have a module fragment graph where we just follow only the exports that actually use, and not the modules, but the exports that are used, or the fragments that are used. And we basically make it much, much smaller, and then we can just use this automatically behavior of a module graph, automatically skipping all the unused stuff. We can do that on exports level too. So it makes it much easier, and it's much more efficient. And the good thing is that this is a one-pass approach. So we just go at first place. We don't create an unoptimized graph and optimize it. We just create an optimized graph in first place, so it is much more efficient. But to do that, we basically have to like merge it again. But there's an existing optimization for scope hoisting called, where it like can merge fragments together or can merge modules together to larger units. That basically eliminates the runtime cost of having smaller units in bundler first place. And for development, it's really great because then now we also have the effect that we isolate changes from modules. Yeah, let's take a look at how this actually works from code-wise. So like, I have this small counter module, which basically is a simple module. It's a count variable, it's an add increment and get count export. And now we can split it up into smaller units. Like, the tricky thing is that modules might share state. In this case, it shares this shared count variable. And for this, we have to create like an internal fragment where we just export like only the count state, put it in a separate module fragment, and then the different exports like increment and get count can use that shared fragment. Yeah, the benefit of that is now we don't have unused code anymore, so we don't have to bundle that, and we also don't have to process it at compile time because we can just skip over it. And we could also now, with this new, we can place the code where it's actually used. So we can place export A in this chunk, we can export B in another chunk, and maybe in separate pages, maybe in an async load, different exports of a library. This gives new possibilities to optimize stuff. And it also makes faster builds possible, just because we don't create an unoptimized graph first, we create an optimized graph in first place, and that makes it easy to skip like all the steps for like in an IK library, and if you have a verify, we can skip like resolving all the unused exports at all, and by skipping resolving, we can skip reading, parsing, analyzing, chunking, code coordination, and bundling, and all this stuff is easier to skip, at least if that is side effect free. So in summary, we talked about long-term caching, which has where the important property is like we want small input changes to result in small output changes, and we want to have pages be isolated with each other so we can deploy stuff independently and don't have like invalidation, cache invalidation for things that you don't want to have be invalidated, didn't change. And we also look into tree shaking, where we, instead of doing a module graph, we do a module fragment graph, which makes the unit smaller. And now due to this change of architecture, we now be able to split modules into exports and place them in different contexts, like different pages or different async load individual exports. So that's the end of the talk. Nearly in time. Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tobias. Feel free to come and step into the Q&A podcast.
What makes Buñuel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
What makes Buñuel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
What makes Buñuel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
What makes Brunel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
makes Buñuel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
What makes Buñuel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Welcome back, folks. If you are in the corridors and you can hear my voice, you want to come in, quickly come and find your seats because we are going to be moving on. We have the talk that's about to happen on this track. We also have the other track which is going on. And right now we also have a discussion room on the future of front-end frameworks with Nicholas, Miguel, Tejas, Elian, Nicola, Daniel, and Henrik. That's going to start at 3:10 because, I mean, our next speaker can't be in two places at one time. But that's going to be happening in a minute. So make sure you check it out if you want to go and join that. I also want to say a big thank you to one of our sponsors, Auth0 by Okta. They provide React resources so that devs can build login experiences quickly, and securely. So go and check them out. All right. We know the drill. We've done this before, but we can ask questions. Honestly, we have been so impressed by the questions that have come in, the quality and the number of questions. Keep them coming. And even if your question doesn't get asked, we are going to make sure we find a way to make sure the speakers can address them as well. So keep them coming throughout the day. All right. We are ready for the next talk. And one thing that I love whenever I'm using a tool is I love a tool that has a really good developer experience. And I love meeting people who help bring really good developer experiences because they make my life way easier. And the person who's going to give us this next talk is one of those people that makes my life easier. To talk about all things Astro, a member of the Astro core team, Elian works in developer experience, and he specifically works on the user experience, documentation, and developer guidance. And he is going to guide us today as he tells us all things about Astro coming up in the past, present, and future. So let's give it up for Elian. The stage is yours.
All right, all right. Hello, everyone. How is everyone doing? Not too tired? Make some noise. Make the people that are back there. Yeah, awesome. Good. So who am I? Of course, I was introduced by Nathaniel. Thank you, Nathaniel. I'm Elian. I'm in the developer experience team at Astro, core member. I work at React Brussels and BJS as a conference ambassador and podcast co-host. Those are the conferences that we do in Belgium. Where are all my Belgians at, by the way? Because there were a lot. Only one? How are we the biggest? Okay, but it's fine. Belgium is a small country anyways. I also do my own meetups, devs.gent in Ghent, Belgium, and you can find me online with Elian Codes. But yesterday I got a really funny email, and I'll read it to you. Meet the luminary of the Astro universe, Elian van Kutsem, that's me. The driving force behind the core Astro team. A seasoned presence conference and Elian's enthusiasm for Astro 4 is boundless. So I'm totally fine if you don't call me Elian, but just the luminance of Astro. So what is Astro? Who has used Astro before? Okay, nice, a couple of people, awesome. And who hasn't? All the other hands. Okay, that's good. Because I'm here to teach you about it. I'm here to hype you up about it. Because Astro is actually really, really great. Think of Astro as a comparable framework to Next or Next, a meta framework, as you will. Like we had a big discussion about should it be called a meta framework. Well, I'm calling it that for today. The discussion is for another time. Astro is very comparable to Next and Next from a standpoint that it's a foundation. But it has a couple of twists and tweaks that you might not be aware of. It has this amazing thing called the Astro syntax, and it's really easy to understand. Like you see the area, the front matter at the top there, between the dashes there, it's just basic JavaScript or TypeScript, if you will, nothing else more. And then everything below that, the body, as you will, is just JSX. You import components, you use them as components, you loop over them, just as you usually would. Well, Astro is ideal for content-driven websites, both SEO-wise and performance-wise. And one of the things that makes that possible is that it ships 0 kilobytes of JavaScript by default. How do we take a look at that? Well, this is what you get when you ship a Next application or a Next application or even just React or anything else. It's basically just all components that are wrapped within JavaScript. And that doesn't really make sense. And why is that? Well, do you see all those footer links there? They're just static anchor links. Why do I need to ship JavaScript to that component if I'm never going to use interactivity that JavaScript offers? Well, we offer you a solution for that. Actually, we want something more like this, where we only select the components that need JavaScript or need interactivity and ship JavaScript just to those components. This is way, way, way faster. Well, we call this concept islands, as being their own hydrated island. The good stuff that you get with that and Astro is that you can use your own favorite front-end library on top of that, being it Vue, React, Svelte, Preact, Solid, and many, many, many more. You can just import them into Astro and use them as an island. So you want a button in React, you want a button in Vue, you can set them next to each other, or even compile them down to just static HTML. Isn't that awesome? Ah, I need some noise in the audience. Yes, that's it, that's it. And this makes that your website can go really, 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 really fast. And This past year has been crazy. 2023 was crazy. We launched Astro 2 back in January, and it brought a lot of improvements to an already very good framework called Astro 1. It featured this new CLI. This is what our CLI looks like. Very, very good. And till today, this is loved by a lot of people. And because it's so good, we released it as an open source library called Clack for you to use in your own projects. That's the beauty of open source. It can be framework agnostic, and it can be very accessible. With Astro 2, we shipped content collections. Content collections offer this way of authoring content with something like Markdown or MDX in a complete type-safe way. We use a well-known library for that called Zod, and it actually will look like this. Just all out of your Markdown. Really, really easy for you as a developer, that is. Next, we brought you hybrid rendering. And hybrid rendering meant that you could use middleware, you could improve your rendering performance for the pages that get visited frequently, or you just want to add an API to a very static website. That's all possible with hybrid rendering. And with the use of Vite4, we were able to get a performance improvement of 33%, which is a lot. Of course, there are a couple of other things. Astro 2 also featured a new design. Not just a design for our brand and our branding pages, marketing pages, everything like that, but also for you. A benefit for you as a user of Astro would be better errors. Errors, we always get them, we want to Google them, and then you get 0 results returned. That's annoying. Well, we just guide you towards the error. Like, if I can read this correctly, it says, your blog, astrotutorial.mdx, which is the content file, the front matter does not match your scheme. There is something wrong. It's tidal. You are forgetting your title. And even today, in all the other frameworks, we're still driving the error messaging forward. And it's very good that we see like frameworks like Next and I think Svelte, like hopping on that train of delivering better error formatting. Then in August, which is not that long ago, we released Astro 3, the most exciting launch and major of Astro that we ever did to that point. We shipped view transitions. Who has used view transitions? Not in Astro, everywhere. Not that many people. Awesome. Who knows what view transitions are? OK, that's a lot of people more. OK, nice. That's very good, because I can show it to you in a very simple graphic here. I think this says enough, right? View transitions make your multi-page application, or MPA, as you will, feel like an SPA, like you're shipping JavaScript. But this is actually all browser native. So you are not shipping any JavaScript, and thus faster and better performance. But the craziest thing about all of this in Astro is that you only have to use 2 lines of code. Whoa! There we go. Good, good. So with Astro 3, we also shipped Edge middleware, so you could deliver even content faster to your end users, creating it way faster response time. We shipped image optimizing, which is really easy to do. It's just import the image, use it in the image component, and you could use that with picture. And the difference with picture is that you could actually use different formats or multiple sizes, whatever, and it will always be optimized. But you as a developer get to see or get to use the most quality image that you have, and we'll take care of the rest for you. By a major refactoring in our internals with Astro 3, we were able to get another 75 performance gain. And that was to Astro 2, which already was 33% faster than Astro 1. And what that refactoring did to our internals is really good, because it made it so that you could use any JSX framework like Solid, Preact, or React, and you are preserving your state while you're altering a file. So as you can see, the counter is still running. It's in the state. But if you type, it stays just keeping updating the state. And we all know like how annoying it can be when you're working on a modal and you like change something in styles and it just closes automatically, and you reopen it again. You do it a couple of times until it's good. This gets rid of that. It's called fast refresh. Really, really awesome. We ship you page partials. Page partials are literally what it says. It's basically in a page without any doc type HTML, without any head or any body. And what you get as a developer is that you can get something like HTMX to work. HTMX is now really popular, so it's possible within Astro. And then we launched Starlight. Who has heard of Starlight? That's way too few people. Yeah, Chris, you have heard of Starlight. That's the creator of Starlight. Round of applause. That's for you, Chris. Really well done. Well, Starlight is not on its first major yet, but already a lot of people are adopting it into their daily stack. And Starlight is a documentation platform built on Astro, which means that you could use all of the goodies that you get with Astro in a better optimized way for documentation. It's everything that we have learned from doing the documentation of Astro in Astro and then put into a framework, like an ideal solution. And then we had this whole thing called Launch Week this week, which is why I didn't sleep last night, by the way. This week, we announced Astro 4, the Ecosystem Fund, community initiatives, and way more. And I'll start with the Ecosystem Fund. The Ecosystem Fund is dedicated $100,000 of Astro's money going back into the Astro ecosystem that improves the lives of users every day. For instance, Lucia Auth, or I think, what else do we have, Chris? We have Pilcrow, we have Lucia Auth, then we have, well, 2 others. We have Lexington Teams, which is just teams built on Astro, and a lot of other stuff. And we are dedicated that money to make your life better as a developer. And let's hope that other frameworks start doing this too. But of course, we have Starlight now. So we wanted to build our documentation in Starlight, and we did the whole migration and released that this, I think, Monday night. It was really cool. Like, as you can see, it looks super pretty. It is really fast. And thanks to actually doing this and doing Starlight with AstroDocs and AstroDocs with Starlight, we can improve Starlight for our own needs. For instance, that way, you as a developer could use expressive code now. It's a plugin for your code samples, and it's already put into Starlight because we needed it in AstroDocs. So it benefits you. And I'm very sure that a lot of more improvements will come. Then Tuesday, we launched Astro 4, the new Astro Major. We introduced the Dev Toolbar, and the Dev Toolbar is a powerful and enhanced way of working in your browser, in your local dev with Astro. You can see here, like, in your toolbar, you can see which elements are interactive, which elements are lightweight, which are just static HTML. And from the toolbar, you can just click the props, see the props, and you just can click on the component, and it opens in your IDE. Really amazing. Here you can see another tool called Audit. And Audit can run tests against common pitfalls in accessibility. For instance, you can catch images that don't have alt images, or a wrong description, misconfigured area attributes, and all of that, without ever having to leave your browser. Really, really cool. Then Astro 4 introduces something that's still experimental, but usable. You get to be the developer. Like, I don't know if you want to ship this to production. It's experimental, but still stable. The thing is, with content caching, you can speed up your process of building your website, especially for static websites. Because the static websites takes every page and builds it to static HTML, which can take a long time if you have a lot of pages. And actually, with incremental content caching, we get rid of that recursiveness. And doing that with our own Astro documentation, which is, I think, about 3,000 pages big, we saw an improvement of around 80%. That's a lot. And of course, that is not everything. I summed up a lot of features, I know, I really know. But the craziest part is that we have so many more, like internationalization support, we have logging, we have prefetch, and way more. So I'm just like giving you a little bit of the intro here. The question is, of course, always, what is next? It's this React framework. You've heard of it? No, I'm kidding. Like, what's next for us? Next for us is that you get to decide. We have an open roadmap. So if you want to see some feature in Astro, you can just submit it, build an RFC. It's open source. You can vote on things. You can discuss about things. And that really works really well for us. Good. How many Houstons did you count? Someone got an idea? There were little Houstons hidden around the place. And if afterwards you come speak to me and get the right amount, I'll get you a Houston sticker, which is awesome. Yay! There we go. Cool. Thank you. That's everything that we brought in 2023. we have a lot more to come in 2024. It was a super exciting year, and thanks for being here. But before I leave the stage, I have one more thing. We're going to do it Apple style. Sometimes we work on secret stuff, and maybe I can give you a little teaser here. What have we been working on? Well, I can say that it is not a CMS. It's also not serverless hosting. It's something completely new, and something that will give every Astra user on the planet superpowers. And we can simply wait to show it off. It's called Astra Studio, and it will launch sooner as you think. Early 2024, we'll reveal it to you. All right, that's everything that I really have for now. Thank you so much, everyone, and let's hear your questions.
Thank you so much. Welcome.
Yeah.
Please come and sit in the Q&A podcast.
Yeah.
What makes Brunel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
What makes Brunel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
What makes Brunel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
What makes Buñuel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
What makes Buñuel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
What makes Buñuel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
What makes Buñuel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
What makes Brunel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
What makes Brunel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
What makes Brunel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
What makes Buñuel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. How is everyone feeling? There's so much less now because it's like 4 p.m. I have not taken a nap, and I'm a napper. I'm not Spanish, but I feel like all Portuguese people are a little Spanish. Just a bigger version of we're tiny Spain. So, I can say that because I'm Portuguese. You can't say that. That's offensive. You can't ask me why we're not a part of Spain. Okay, now we have lightning talks. I actually really enjoy lightning talks. It's a bunch of knowledge just compressed. So I'm really excited for this. So first up, we have Enric. Enric, is that how you say it? You can come. Okay. You can come. How do you say your name, sorry?
So in German we would say Henrik.
Henrik?
With a strong K, of course.
Okay, Henrik?
Henrik! Oh, that
Henrik.
sounds more like Switzerland, but it's okay.
Okay. So, we are German.
I'm German, yeah?
No. I mean, was that an insult to my German? Which
no,
is okay.
Of course not. Switzerland is excellent.
Okay. Very diplomatic person we have. Okay, so so first on the stage we have Enric, and he's going to be talking about security flaws. Take it away.
So hello, my name is Henrik, and before I start I need to disappoint you just a little bit, because I won't talk about React today, and even worse, I want to talk about web security. So I hope you can enjoy my talk. So I want to tell a story, or share a story with you, where I accidentally, and I promise accidentally, got access to some pretty spicy content of like photos where people showed off, posed with sex toys, or even consumed alcohol. So what has happened? Well, back in October 2022, I visited an escape room with some friends, and so after the experience, the staff member came to us and did a group photo. So in our case, it was just a boring group photo. And so after that, they gave us a little piece of paper that looked like that. And so on the piece of paper, there was our randomly generated code, as well as the date of the experience, right? So the experience was super handy. So you would just go on the website, enter your code, and boom, you can find the photos. You can easily access and download them and share with your friends. So great user experience. What could possibly go wrong here? Well, it's like maybe similar to the cat, right? So imagine you have a room and you want to protect the room. So the solution is, well, you just close the door and your room is safe, right? Until the cat understands how to use the door handle. So coming back to my story, basically I was the cat and I was playing around with the door handle and see how it works. So it turns out, actually, they used a pretty weak code to protect the photos, right? So it was a 5-digit numeric code, meaning we had only 90,000 possible codes per day. And I'm pretty sure every one of you could easily write a script to generate codes. And so the only thing you have to do is you just write another script and submitting the form over and over and over again and just hoping you would find an actual code. Yeah, maybe that's what I did. And it turns out it works. And so just as a quick comparison, you can see it here on the table. In the table, if you would just use a 6-digit numeric code, you would already increase the complexity to 900,000 codes. And for me, it's always like, think about it. If you would sit in a product design meeting, and at some point you have to decide, okay, what kind of code are we going to use? And they chose a 5-digit numeric one. Just imagine they would have chosen the 6-digit or even included alphanumeric. They would have increased the complexity quite a lot. So even if you have like the strongest code on earth, if you give me enough compute, probably money and time, I could still try my best to find random codes. So another mechanism we need in place is throttling. So throttling means if you get a lot of traffic coming from the same IP address, you probably at some point want to limit the traffic or block the IP address completely. And that's a pretty strong mechanism to prevent attacks. And so guess what? They didn't implement any throttling. So basically that means there was no door. There was no door handle. Basically the room was open and I could just break in without any problems. Well, it was aboard me on a Sunday, and I realized, oh, hell, it's actually serious here. And also, I mentioned that I found some spicy content because they also have a so-called party escape room experience where you can have some intimate private moments with your friends and basically with the rest of the world, right? So I was like, okay, I need to share my findings somehow with the company. And so that's what I did. And a couple of weeks later, they reacted. And so at least they implemented throttling and also blocked access to older photos. So they improved the security a little bit. Still, I would still suggest to implement stronger code, but at least it's now harder to attack the service because now the traffic would need to come from like different IP addresses, and also you can only get access to like, I don't know, the photos from the last 14 days, 7 days, I don't know the exact number. So they definitely improved it. So why am I here? For me, it's not, I don't want to blame the company, right? So we all do mistakes, and I'm pretty sure in my career I also implemented some pretty bad stuff. So it's not about blaming, it's about learning and inspiring people. And so I want to inspire each and every one of you here to just challenge design decisions. So imagine you are in a product design meeting, you have to implement such a photo service or sharing service, and I would just like to inspire you to ask critical questions here, like these ones on the slide. Like it would have been so easy to prevent such an attack just by implementing a stronger code, implementing throttling, also blocking access to older photos, or even asking like questions, hey, can we just buy a SaaS product to handle the stuff here? Like, do we have to implement it by ourselves? Or maybe we can reuse the email address from the online booking so that we don't even need to generate a code. And just not to mention, they put hard credentials on a piece of paper. I don't know if that is actually a good solution. So I just want to inspire every one of you to challenge design decisions so that we can all work on a secure web. So that's my time. That's my lightning talk for today. You can find all my socials and also email address, if you don't like socials, on my website. And yeah, I wish you all a great rest of the conference and see you maybe later at the party.
Okay, those are some pretty cool slides. Back when I lived here, I have a story about this actually. Back when I lived here, when people started getting tested for COVID, I don't know if it was the government, but someone made like a website where you would get your test and then you would get a QR code that would take you to a website so you could check your test results, which obviously had your full name and like your info about COVID. And so people started realizing that their ID number for the test results was really small until people started realizing that it wasn't a UI ID, it was just an auto increment in a database. So you would just open that, put like the 20 postcodes that Berlin has, and be able to see everyone's like test results. So, yeah, it gets worse. It could get so much worse. And also, that was very sensitive information, and that was the government. But I mean, Germany has never been known to be very good at technology, to be fair. If you ever use the German website, the government ones, okay, cool. I guess they are set up over here. Okay, so next up, we have a fellow tiny Spanish person, and he's going to be talking about web trending concepts. And please welcome Daniela Fuensum.
Okay, hello everyone. So let's try to make sure we can go over this in 5 to 7 minutes because it's going to be interesting. So to start out, going to conferences, events, meetups like this one can be overwhelming. There are these words being thrown around every talk, and not always we understand what they mean. The thing is, because we don't have the right mental models of them. And mental models are the things you associate whenever you hear a word. So if you're sleeping, you know all the steps in your mind that you have to do for sleeping, hopefully. So something about me, I really like comic books. And I have more comics that I can collect. And I thought, what if I joined my love for comics and my love for tech, and I built a nerdy guide to the web trending concepts. So, very quickly, introducing myself. I'm Daniel Fons. I'm this person on this side in case you don't recognize me. I'm working as developer advocate at OLX. I'm an Next.js instructor, Altair ambassador. You can find me on X and any social network at the handle Daniel GC Fons. I wrote a book on React Query. I just released a course on testing library. So these are all the things that's important to know about me. Disclaimer, some of the things that you'll be seeing here, and the characters are owned by Marvel and DC, so no responsibility about that, just want to tell a story, please don't sue me. So, how will this talk work? This talk will work with your help, because at this point, and at this point in time, I don't know what I'm going to speak. You are going to decide, because I'm going to show you 3 topics in a bit, and by clapping, I'm going to ask you to clap to each single one of them. And the one that gets the most claps is going to be the one that I'm going to speak about. Okay? Afterwards, what it's going to happen is, for that specific topic, I'm going to show you 2 characters. And once again, you're going to clap. And the story that wins, it's a specific story that will help you build the mental model for that topic. And at the end, hopefully you understand what the heck we're seeing here. So, just recap, story. And after the end of the story, we get the technical explanation. So, here are the 3 topics that I proposed today. So what I'm going to ask, I'm going to name each one of them. I'm going to ask you to clap, and the one that gets the most clap is the one that you're going to get a nerdy take to. So, hydration. Okay. Fine-grained reactivity. Resumability. Okay, that one was hard, but I think it was resumability, so let's go with it. Okay, now it's the part I have to choose it. For resumability, there are 2 characters that you can pick. You can pick Iron Man or Lex Luthor. So, who wants to see the story of Iron Man? Who wants to see the story of Lex Luthor? Okay, Iron Man won, so let's go with it. Okay, now I'm going to be a narrator. I'm going to tell a story, so bear with me because I have like 4 minutes. So, after last saving the world, Tony Stark had an issue. You see, he fought Kang the Conqueror, and what happened was, well, these battles are hard. And because of that, he lost all his armors. Everything was destroyed in the process. 0 armors right now. But you see, Tony was tired. He just saved the world after all. So he sent a memo to Friday, which is his custom AI, not Jarvis, that's in the movies. Completely different story. So, yes, Friday, please remind me tomorrow to build some new Mark suits. And, well, he went to sleep. You see, saving the world, it's a hard business after all. But suddenly, an explosion happened. You see, something happened, and what happened was, well, apparently one of Tony's enemies cannot let this opportunity slide. And in this case, the enemy is the Mandarin. So suddenly the Mandarin knows, okay, Tony is vulnerable, he doesn't have armors. I know that the process that he has right now will take a bit of time to build a new one, so let's attack his place. Suddenly Tony woke up and was like, okay, now I need a suit, I need to build this thing, but I don't know what to do, because you see, the process that Tony had built before, it took him quite a time to build an armor. You see, he had to build the armor, and then the armor was not immediately working. It was not interactive. And he had to do this thing, which was download Friday, his custom AI, into the armor, and make sure that Friday, from the inside, would power up the armor. That's what happened before. But he knew that this process would take a lot of time, and probably mean that he would die by the hands of the Mandarin. So he was forced to think, as some dragoons were showing up in the background. And basically thought, okay, I need armor ready to work right now. So Friday, initiate resumable protocol. Build me a suit now. And Friday did. Friday started building the suit. But what happened differently in this process was, as it was generating each part of the armor, there was some extra information being added to the armor. It was being encoded, some extra information there. And this is important for a reason, and I'll tell you in a bit. You see, whilst this was happening, Mandarin was doing his typical bad guy monologue. You see, hey, you're going to die, I'm going to win, whatever, whatever, yada, yada. You see this in every comic book. And suddenly what he does is he points his hand to Tony, and he fires a blast from the 10 rings. This would be a blast that would definitely kill Tony. But what happens at this point was, he just jumps, and out of the air, a new armor comes in and picks him up. He's saved. He survived this blast. Now, Mandarin knew how the process worked. He knew that there was no way Tony was getting out of there alive, and there was no way the old process would do that. You see, something changed with the resumable protocol. What changed was, whilst Friday was doing this part and was building the armor, it also encoded a very small part of itself to the armor. And this very small part was responsible for getting the orders that Tony gave it and executing them by using the information that was encoded in the armor. This means that there is no boot phase, which was what we had before. Before, the AI would go over the suit and power each part of the armor. Now the suit is active by default. It's already interactive. So Tony just did the wise thing. He said, Friday, fire the rockets. Fire the rockets. And he heard a message in his helmet, like, OK, powering the rockets, Tony. After a bit, rockets ready. So Tony did what he can, and he fired a huge blast. Well, this blast, basically what it did was destroy this house. Everything went down, but it also made sure that Tony could do one thing, which was to escape and get out of there safety and call for backup. So, what happened next, you might be thinking? Well, for that, you have to stay tuned for the next issue, because this is a comic book issue after all, and you have to wait weekly for them to continue with the story. So, I know we're getting out of time, but what we just saw here was resumability. And this was resumability with the help of Tony Stark. So now it's the part I'm just going to give you the very quick explanation on what the heck happened here. Because the issue that resumability comes to solve is that a page is not immediately interactive. We have to do this thing called hydration once we get our server-side rendered page on the browser. And during hydration, we're redoing some of the work that we did on the server already on the client, and we're running a bunch of other code. So when we're doing resumability, what happens is when we're generating the HTML, we're server-side rendering it, we're serializing some extra information. And what happens is because of this information allows us to resume the execution on the client once we get the page. So this means that the page is immediately interactive once we get it. Also, there's this very small 1 kilobyte of JavaScript that's downloaded, that's called the quick loader. Yeah, you guessed it, resumability became popular because of this thing called quick. And the quick loader is responsible for setting up a global event listener that will grab all the events, and by using the serialized information, execute them. So this means that we'll only download the needed JavaScript for executing that part of the code. So this is what we saw, and we're about to end. The first issue that we had, hydration is slow. That was the process that Tony had before. Basically, he was doing hydration when he was building the armor. So there was an issue, and this issue led for the client to request a new page. What he did afterwards was, using the framework, the custom AI, the server would build this new HTML page and serializing all the information needed to resume its execution in a new context. Afterwards, the armor would get to the client, so the client would get the page, and it's immediately interactive. So finally, the client would also get the quick loader, which would set the global event listener, and basically, every time an event happened, the quick loader would intercept it, get the JavaScript, and run it. So this was resumability, and I'm just going to pass through these animations real quickly because this is just what we saw. This is the entire model of resumability and what happens whenever we want to understand it. So hopefully you enjoyed this story, and I'm just going to go for the last slide. And you enjoyed this concept, because I had a ton of fun doing it. It's a way for me to simplify the topics that I struggle with lately and telling them in ways that I really love. So what's next? The next topic? Well, for that, I would like to give a challenge to you. Propose me topics that you would like me to do a nerdy guide to. I'm all up to it. So as you can see, we already have a couple of one. Them here, you chose one today, so in the future, there might be one. So that was my time. Thank you so much. I'm Daniel Afonso.
I just have one question. You do not smoke, do you?
No.
Yeah. See, he could probably rap. That was great, but oh my God. I was tired for you. No, it didn't go very well, yeah. Okay, so now I don't actually have a story for this one. I mean, I also like I watch the Batmans and the Iron Mans. No, I actually do. I actually do like these movies, but I have to wait until the next speaker is set up so they're not awkward, and I'm awkward instead because that's my job. My job is to be awkward instead of them. Okay, so I think that, no, I cannot. So how is everyone doing? The weather. I actually was really scared of the weather. Like someone told me it was like -6, and then I got here and I was like, okay, this is not fine, but it's like not terrible. Everyone needs to calm down. Okay, there's even not that much snow. Okay, I can go now, thank God. Okay. Okay, so next up we have, is it Jan or Jan? Jan, okay. So next up we have Jan, and he's gonna be talking about building a digital sommelier. See, I know many languages. We're not, no, do it, yes.
Yes, thank you so much for having me. My name is Jan. I'm a lead developer at Adwy, and today I want to show you how to build a digital AI-powered sommelier through Vercel AI SDK. And initially, it was planned that this talk is part of the remote day on Tuesday. So when I recorded the first version a couple of weeks back, I talked about the frantic pace at which things are changing in the AI space. And I guess the latest development really proved that point. And I thought, is my talk still relevant? Because a couple of weeks back, we received custom versions of ChatGPT. Maybe you have tried it out. You can build your own versions of ChatGPT for any kind of topic. And guess what? There are plenty of sommeliers among them, and they're actually pretty good. So I thought, great. What does that mean for my talk? And then Sam Altman was ousted as CEO at OpenAI. Most of its employees went on strike. And I thought, okay, how long will this API still be around? But since then, things calmed down a bit. Altman is back as CEO at OpenAI. And yeah, I think when I thought about it, the underlying message of my talk is still true. And that is that AI, especially generative AI, will have a profound effect on how we work. The good thing is, we as developers can shape that how. We are the ones building and designing the interfaces that facilitate between users and large language models. And that gives us a really good position in this transition to more to using generative AI tools. The best thing is, it's actually really simple to get started. It doesn't take more than 5 minutes. So let's pick a challenge and see how far we get. So maybe you guessed it from the topic. I am really into wine, and I like pairing food and wine. But there are literally millions of possibilities from various regions and countries, France, Spain, Italy, you name it. So finding the right pairing can be really challenging. But we can build a really simple, smart, hopefully smart digital sommelier that helps us with finding that perfect pairing. So let's do that in the next 5 minutes with the Vercel AI SDK and the OpenAI API. So we'll start with a really simple UI. I'm not lying if I tell you that this took the longest to put together. So we have 2 columns. There's a menu on the left, so the food, and there's a wine list on the right, and to pair with the food. And on the bottom, you have a small form, a text area where you can add new dishes to the menu. If you look at the code, it's really simple. We make use of the use chat hook provided by the Vercel AI SDK, and it gives us a set of helper functions to interact with large language models. So it does all the heavy lifting. There's not much we need to do here. And we have the form itself, which uses some of these helper functions to send the data off to an API route. That is also actually quite simple. On the server, we have 3 things. We initiate a client to interact with the OpenAI API. We specify the model. In this case, it's GPT 3.5 Turbo. We provide our OpenAI API key. It's unfortunately not free. And that's it. We read the form data from the request. So the dish, in this case, we want to pair a wine with. And we send it off to the OpenAI API. What we get back is a streaming response, or a response that we turn into a readable stream that we send back to the client. And here, there's not a lot more to it. We use, again, the use chat hook to render this streaming response on the screen, and that gives us that nice effect that looks like the AI is actually typing the response. Probably if you use ChatGPT, you've seen it before. And that's really all there is to it. It's maybe 100 lines of code, but I think it's a good showcase of what you can do really quickly with open source tools. But let's see if that actually works. So I prepared a little example. Okay. So this is our actual sommelier. Let's start with fresh oysters on ice, and let's see what we get, what kind of wine to pair with. So it suggests us a champagne. It's a really classic pairing, so I guess a good start. Let's do something for Christmas, maybe a roast duck with red wine sauce. Next. And it pairs it with a Pinot Noir, so could be from France, a red wine, or from California, who knows? And it probably would go really well. It's not very specific, but yeah, why not? And let's finish off with a dessert, maybe mousse au chocolat is nice for this time of the year. And we get a port wine. I guess there are some people from Portugal here, so probably you know that. It's a really classic pairing, sweet wine with a sweet dessert. Yeah, and that's really all there is to it. I don't know if it replaces actual sommeliers anytime soon, but what I wanted to do with this talk is basically to show you it is really simple to get started. It's literally not even 100 lines of code. We use freely available tools, open source tools. I think there are even some contributors here. So I used Next.js, the Vercel AI SDK, and for the pretty UI, ShadeCN. So you can highly recommend those. But the gist of this is it's really easy to get started. You don't need to be an AI expert. Just try it out, pick a challenge, deploy something to Vercel or Netlify or whatever, and see how it goes. I think what we should keep in mind, if you work on that in some more serious applications, think about how users will interact with generative AI or these tools. Think about the responsible uses, and then have fun with it. And yeah, that's really all there is to my talk. If you liked it, please also check out NY. We are a small design and technology studio from Munich. We have an office here in Berlin as well. And we do, next to AI development, 3D and immersive experiences on the web. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jan. Yes. I'm gonna be honest, I haven't actually dwelled that much into building stuff for AI. I genuinely did not know it was that easy. I also do not have an API key. And I was thinking during his entire talk what the hell I was gonna fill this space with, and I have no clue. I genuinely have no clue what to say right now. I'm not a wine person, so I have nothing to I genuinely do not, I don't even drink, which does not very Portuguese of me, and that's why I moved out. That and the weather is too hot. And they don't believe in AC. It's terrible. Okay, so next up we have Theo, which is from the only country in Europe that actually believes in AC. He came all the way from Greece. God bless them. Good people. And he's going to be talking about automatically consuming APIs with React. Please give it up for Theo.
Okay, so we just have 5 minutes, so I'm going to drive it like I stole it. My name is Theodore. I'm a software engineer based in Athens, Greece. I'm working for Proxima Analytics, which is an ethical open source analytics platform. And today I'm going to make just another talk about APIs. And I can tell you that during my career, I have developed so many APIs. And I can really tell you that developing APIs, it's pretty damn hard. You have to think about code changes, documentation, breaking stuff, type safety, like consuming them from different clients or different applications and so on. And there are tools out there like GraphQL CodeGen, TRPC, you name it, that they can kind of semi-automatically generating SDKs in order to consume them into your applications. But that can be a bit tricky, and it can be really coupled with the framework you're actually using. So today we're going to try something simple, just under 5 minutes. We're going to try and build a simple pizza menu application. We're going to use React and Fastify, React obviously and Fastify as a server. And as always, type safety is a must. So let's get this one started quickly. We have a really basic setup about our server. We have a type that identifies what is actually a pizza, like with an ID and a name. And then we can expose 2 endpoints, one for listing all the pizzas in the menu, and another one just creating a new pizza item in the menu. And in order to document our API and start generating our SDKs, we're going to use 2 tools. The first one is called Swagger, which is a way of documenting RESTful APIs. And on top of that, we're going to use the OpenAPI, which is actually a specification to do so. They work with different frameworks, different languages. They have like too many clients that you can consume as well. And in order to do so, we are going to install 2 packages for our Fastify server. The first one is the Fastify Swagger module, and the other one is the UI that we want to bring up. In order to bootstrap these 2 modules, the setup is pretty basic. So first, we need to include the modules in our server, add some specification about the APIs, like a description. And then on the very last line, we're going to take the outputs from the Swagger module and write it into our file system. Sorry. So let's start describing our APIs. First up, we have an ID, which is unique throughout our code base. And then we're going to use tags. We can use tags in order to separate different resources, APIs, and so on. And in order to describe our API, we have to actually describe just a response, because we have no parameters or query parameters and so on. So our response is an object, and we are returning back an array of pizza menu items, which have an ID and a name as well. And last but not least, we have to actually include the schema into our route in our Fastify server. In a similar manner, we're going to do the same for the creation endpoint, but this time we have to provide actually one parameter, which is the name of the pizza item. In a similar fashion, the response gets back that ID to the client. And in the same manner as well, we're going to attach the schema into our route. Once we have everything ready, this is the Fastify React UI, where you can have like the full documentation about every single endpoint. You actually have smart defaults there. You can test the API in the browser and so on. But you might be asking where React comes into that equation, right? So in order to generate our SDK, we are going to use Orval. Orval is an open source tool that takes up the OpenAPI specification and generates the SDK client. It works with different frameworks like Svelte, Vue, with different fetching libraries like SWR and React Query as well. So we have to install globally or inside our project the Orval SDK. And then we're going to run the Orval CLI using the OpenAPI specification as an input, and then targeting where we want our client to get generated. In order to list, and this is a pretty simple component that actually lists everything, lists all the pizza menu items. As you can see, the very first line is actually what got generated by Orval. And in a similar manner, we can create a really simple form. We have a mutation there. So Orval generates the mutation, and we can consume it inside our components as well. And you might be asking about testing. Orval takes that into the equation as well. So out of the box, we have mock service worker generated mocks. So it's fairly easy to test everything as we need so. And there's more that you can actually do. Because everything's like uniform, you can use Zod, for example, in order to provide uniform validation in your backend and the frontend as well. You don't have to stack with Fastify, so you can use Rails or Next.js or Express, you name it. So there are like implementations in the ecosystem for so many languages and frameworks. You can actually consume APIs from different resources, even open, publicly available APIs. Since everything gets committed, the SDK gets committed to our source control system, everything is in place so we can track down changes and so on. And last but not least, you can actually take that open API specification and generate your own documents and so on using the Swagger UI and Redoc, docauthors, and so on. The code is publicly available in my GitHub repos, in my GitHub profile. So feel free to jump into, take a look how it works, maybe give me some comments and so on. Thank you so much for your time and patience.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I actually have a story this one time. I had stuff to fill out the space. So I met Theo in Greece. And I was staying in an Airbnb that was like on top of a goddamn huge hill. It was like San Francisco, which is the most unrelatable thing that I could think of, apparently. And he has a motorcycle because he looks cool, right? It's the black shirt, and you know that he's gonna have a motorcycle. So, and he was like, "Oh, I can drive you," which I assumed in my dumb ways that it meant he had 2 helmets, right? Which did not mean he had 2 helmets. And he was like, "Oh, you can just get in," and I'm like, "But the police," and he was like, "Oh, the police doesn't care." Which resulted in, I don't think I've ever hugged a man this strong in my life. It was like the most terrifying 5 minutes of my life. Which, no, okay. Everyone already got what I was saying from that joke, so that's cool. Okay, so now we have one last speaker for the lightning talks, and then a small break, and then more talks. So please give it up for Mark Erickson, and he's going to be talking about Redux Toolkit.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Mark Erickson, and today I am very excited to talk to you about what's new in Redux Toolkit 2.0. A couple quick things about myself. I am a senior front-end engineer at Replay, where we are building a true time-traveling debugger for JavaScript. We've got a booth out there in the lobby. If you haven't seen it yet, please come by. We'd love to show you how much easier it makes debugging applications. I will answer questions anywhere there is a text box on the internet. I collect all kinds of interesting links. I write ridiculously long blog posts. I am a Redux maintainer, but most people know me as that guy with the Simpsons avatar. I know, like sometimes I wear a name tag just so people recognize me. All right, so Redux Toolkit is the standard way to write Redux logic today. It provides methods to simplify standard Redux patterns like creating stores, writing reducers, thunks, and even data fetching. It includes a sub-piece called RTK query, which is specifically meant to simplify data fetching in Redux apps, and it wraps around the Redux core APIs. Now, we released RTK 1.0 in October 2019, which, if you think about it, means it's been around half as long as the original Redux library, and yet many people don't know about it. So the latest version has been RTK 1.9. We shipped 1.9 a year ago. The latest patch release was 1.9.7. And at the start of this year, we began work for RTK 2.0. And we had a few different goals. The first is correct ES module CommonJS compatibility, whatever that actually means. We wanted to modernize the JavaScript build artifacts so that they use modern syntax, no longer targeting IE11. We wanted to add some new features, remove some deprecated APIs, and we wanted to ship some updated TypeScript types along with the packaging. Now, unfortunately, it turns out that this whole ESM CommonJS thing is really, really hard. I went through multiple rounds of iteration where I'd try to change some settings, try to change some build configuration, and multiple tools would not work right. Turns out that the package exports field is really complex, but the bigger issue is that every different build tool has their own idea of how they interpret these things. I was actually messing with this in the speaker's room an hour ago. It's not done yet. I actually ended up writing a very long blog post a few months ago talking about the pain and suffering that I've dealt with trying to get this stuff to work. Talked about it on a couple podcasts as well. Now, the original plan was just to ship major versions of RTK and the Redux core, and then we realized that we actually probably needed to ship major versions of all the other libraries like Reselect and React Redux as well. The Redux core actually got converted to TypeScript in 2019, and then we never actually shipped it because version 4 was good enough and we were worried about breakage. So we decided that all these packages need to get shipped, new major versions together. They all need the same packaging updates with a couple slight variations, and we were going to try to do some work to upgrade some of the TypeScript types and some of the exports that we were defining. So there are a number of breaking changes in RTK 2.0. We actually hope that in most cases it should be a straightforward upgrade. The biggest one that might affect people is we had this object syntax in a couple of the methods, create slice and create reducer. And we've removed that because there's a callback syntax that provides better TypeScript support. We do actually have a code mod that will automatically do the code conversion for you if you want. Most of the other breaking changes actually have to do with TypeScript-related things in some way. Trying to make the code more type-safe, trying to improve some of the inference and the experience for end users. I did make the decision to drop the UMD build artifacts. My understanding is that at this point, very few people are actually trying to use those, mostly used for maybe like a CodePen script or something like that. If anyone has a good reason why I should put those back in, please let me know. We also, like I said, we modernized the JavaScript, so we're now shipping absolutely modern JavaScript. If you need to target IE11, I'm sorry, and also please do the compiling yourself. And finally, we used a tool that will actually extract some of the error messages from the production artifacts to shrink down the build size. In fact, we did a lot of work to try to shrink down build sizes in this release. We do have a number of new features as well. The biggest one is something called combined slices, which is mostly used for being able to lazy load reducers in a Redux application, so you can do some code splitting and try to inject things later. We also now have the ability to define some selectors inside of the create slice API. There is even an option to define thunks inside of create slice as well. That's something that a lot of people have asked for over the years. We think that it's hopefully the RTK query data fetching library means you shouldn't have to write too many thunks yourself, but it's there if you need it. We also include the latest version of the Immer immutable update library, which has significantly faster perf and some smaller bundle size as well. So I talked about this a month ago, and RTK 2.0 was in beta. As of Monday morning, RTK 2.0 is live. Now, the one problem is I literally hit the button on the release notes as I was about to go off to the airport. And as I was driving to the airport, my teammates were telling me there were bug reports, one of which was React Redux wouldn't import with React Native. I ended up fixing the build tooling at the gate at the airport and shipped another patch release sitting on the plane before it took off. And what's worse is that I was making another fix to it in the speaker's room an hour ago. I'm hoping it'll work great this time. The big thing that allowed us to ship 2.0 now was we've deferred all potential changes to RTK query until after 2.0. RTK query is popular, lots of people are using it, but we want to take our time and be able to think through what features we want to add and how they're going to work. So we're deferring that work till next year. Also, I'd like to spend my holidays not having to worry about this. So look at it next year, maybe be a 3.0. We do have some new docs for using Redux with Next.js, and a docs page about the migration steps, which hopefully should be fairly simple. So if you're using Redux at all, please update to Redux Toolkit 2.0 today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You heard the man. Please update. That would be great. It's going to make everything faster. And now we need to take a 5-minute break so everyone can go to the bathroom. And if you can't, I'm sorry. It is what it is. And we'll see you back here in 5 minutes.
What makes Brunel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Okay, cool. That was a good start. Okay. Well, calm down. Everyone calm down. I need to calm down. That was a fast cigarette. Wait, give me a second. Okay. Okay, yeah, welcome back. I can still hear people talking. I can see you. I'm not gonna point at you, but I could hear you, bro. Welcome back. And yeah, if you haven't tweeted yet, do it, because you may win some stuff, and we all like cool stuff. So that's cool. And the winners will be announced after the last talk, which is the talk after this one. Also, there's going to be a discussion room about design systems, so if that's something that is interesting to you, please get out. And again, if you have any questions, I also figured out what happened. I did not know I was an admin, so all the questions were in moderation. So to be fair, that was my bad what happened in the morning, so I've now realized that I'm an admin, so that's nice. And you can ask any questions, and now I'll do a decent job at accepting them. So that's cool. And I'll ask them after the talk. Cool. So 2 more talks. The first one is from Maya, and she's going to be talking about building multiplayer games with React 3 Fiber and WebSockets, which sounds awesome. So yes, please welcome Maya.
Awesome. Hi. Thanks, everyone, for being here. Thank you, Sarah, for the energy. I absolutely need it. It's been a long day. We're going to be talking about making multiplayer games for the browser using React 3 Fiber and WebSockets. Who are we? First of all, who am I? My name is Maya. That's my dog, Api. Yes, that does stand for API. I'm a nerd. I went to art school, and then I dropped out, so now I am an art school dropout. I taught myself to program, got several software engineering jobs for some reason, and currently I'm working at Linear, where the team and I are making software a little bit more magical. But most relevant to this talk is that I have a degree in game development. What? I do. Feel free to follow me on socials, if you're so inclined. So a lot of you may be like this person that responded to the React Day Berlin tweet about announcing this talk. And this person says, why in the name of all that is holy would anyone make a game in React? Thank you, Anon. You know, this is like a great way to start a talk. And I have to agree with them because it's a really legitimate question. I understand the bewilderment. There's so many better platforms for playing games than the browser. There's so many better technologies for building games in than React or JavaScript. So why would you want to do this? Accessibility. And I'm not talking about screen readers and ARIA tags, although those are really important things, and they, of course, can come up in games. I'm talking about accessibility of game development to you as the developer. So I say I have a degree in game development. People usually say something along the lines of, I have a really cool idea for a game, but I open up Unity, it's really confusing, I closed it, never made the game. And these people are programmers. They know how to use React. They have these tools already in their hands. They just need a few extra skills and a shift in mindset to know that making games is possible. The other reason why you might want to use React and make web games is to make them accessible to your players. So I've made a game for this conference, and I didn't expect any of you to bring your PlayStation 5 or Nintendo Switch. I just expect you to have a mobile phone with an internet connection and a web browser. And that's cool, because your players don't necessarily want to install anything. Maybe they want to play your game at work. Just saying. So what are we talking about? We're talking about a game called React Battleship. And it's going to be a multiplayer game with the classic mechanics of Battleship that you probably played in elementary school when you were learning the coordinate system. So the idea is that you have a grid, you put your ships on that grid, your opponent does as well, and then you try to sink each other's ships by randomly firing onto their grid. Okay, game plan, pun intended. Whenever I also talk to game developers, so indie or solo game devs, some of the practices they say are really useful for them are things that we already know in software engineering, and they just kind of stumble upon it because they're not in that industry. And they tell me that you need to manage scope creep, first of all. you need to iterate quickly on your ideas to figure out if they work or not. And you need to fail fast. So with that in mind, it would set our game up for success to do a little planning up front. And I propose we do that by dividing game development into 4 distinct phases. First, we'll have a design phase where we figure out what we're making. What exactly is this idea of the game that we want? We put it down on paper, and we agree on it, and we say that's the game, and nothing else. Next, we make a prototype of it. Does this kind of game make any sense at all with the technologies that we want to use? Is it possible to have this kind of mechanic? Is it even fun to play? And we get to do this. We get to test these ideas at a very, very low resolution with very little time commitment. The next step is a blockout phase. And this is because we're making a 3D game, and this is where our development breaks away from traditional software development. This is the phase where we actually introduce 3D into our game. Does our mechanics still make sense if the game is 3D? And finally, we have a production step, where we make it magical, make it nice for the player, and actually make it a presentable game. All right, so starting with design. In school, they taught us, because they do have a degree in game development, that you need to start every game with a game design document, or a GDD. And these game design documents can be hundreds of pages. They are entire wikis. They're used by multiple teams across multiple departments. They span years and are maintained, or they can be a page, which is our case. And it might not look like much, but defining these things that are defined in the GDD are super important constraints to what the game actually is. So for example, we want to focus on mobile. That means I don't have to worry about larger resolutions, desktop resolutions, tablets. You're going to be playing it on your phones, right? I can constrain the platform that it's going to be on. Next is the targeted audience. So I'm assuming all adults. Either way, you're here at a software conference. You probably aren't expecting like a super flashy game. And my 11-year-old nephew doesn't have to be a fan. He's a really, really strong critic, especially of my games. So if he doesn't like it, I don't care. Next, when we define the modes of play, so in this case, I have the idea of having kind of an open sea where everybody can explore and meet each other and challenge each other to a specific game of Battleship, and then have another mode of play that is the actual game of Battleship. This helps me, in my mind, figure out what kind of scenes I need to set up for the game. And finally, the unique selling points of the game are things that the game absolutely must have. Without these things, there's kind of no point to it. So I want the game to be something that's really accessible to you in terms of not having to log in, not having to have any kind of authentication. You're not going to want to create an account. I mean, let's be honest. And the experience has to be pretty snappy. It has to be fun, because you're also not going to be investing hours and hours into playing it. You're probably just going to scan the QR code at the end of this presentation, play it a few times, if that, and hopefully have a good time and have like a unique experience from this game. So these are the mock-ups, the general idea of what this game is going to look like. And yeah, next on, moving to architecture as part of design still. So the shape of the game is technically in like a monorepo with a single server that is Node.js, specifically Fastify, but we don't need to get into the details. And it will open a WebSocket connection using Socket.io. The client is multiple React clients, so all of your phones connecting to that same server. And each of the React clients will create a connection to the socket, the open socket on the server, which enables two-way communication. So in case you don't know, WebSockets are a TCP connection. Our protocol that uses TCP connection to enable two-way communication. So clients can send and receive data from the server. And what this enables us to do is to separate the responsibilities of our game to what is on the server and what is in the client. So the server can handle game logic and the game state. The client doesn't have to know any of that. Basically, the source of truth is whatever's on the server. And then the client can just display the state, update whatever input comes in from the player, and we're good to go. So disclaimer, this game does have a lot of code, and I will be going through some of it, but not a lot, as you'll see. If you are interested in the rest of it, it's up there, and each of these phases of development are separate branches on the repo. So, prototype. It makes sense because our client code is so dependent on whatever the server is telling it is the current state to talk about how the server is actually implemented and how it communicates with the client. So first of all, the server will send certain requests, or not really requests, but certain messages to the client that tell the client what it, as a player, what its state is, so its ID, where it's located, and it will also send all of the information about other players to every single player that's connected. So when a player joins, when they disconnect, when they move, all the other players get updated. In turn, the client will tell the server things like when it wants to join and when it's moving. There's also situations where the server needs to facilitate communication between two different clients. So let's say player 1 wants to challenge player 2 to a match. It would tell the server, I'm challenging player 2. Server would say, hey, player 2, player 1 is challenging you. Player 2 says, I accept. And then the server starts a game and puts the two socket connections into a single room. So their communication is sequestered from the rest of the pool of players. So this is cool. Like, we have all this stuff on the server knows everything that's going on, and the client just has to kind of update itself. What's a good way to do that? Well, we have React context, and we can create a single React context, which will open up the socket connection, connect to the server, listen to all the required events, and then just update the React state. And with this, we have just a nice reactive state that the rest of our application can use without necessarily having to listen to every single event in every single component. And this is what the game looks like at the end of the prototype phase. So it's very basic HTML, but it does actually show that this game is viable. You can actually play it. The technology we want to use can serve the purpose. And even at this stage, I noticed something that was kind of critical to the mechanics of the game, or to the gameplay. And that was that if your opponent takes a really long time to make their turn, what are you going to do? You kind of don't have an option. You can either disconnect or forfeit, and that doesn't put you in a good place. So I added a timer to kind of prevent that from happening. If you don't decide within 7 seconds, your turn is made for you. So the next step, now that we have this game, is the block-out phase, where we actually introduce 3D into the game. And when we're talking about 3D in the terms of 3D technologies, we use words like a scene, a camera, lighting, objects. And this evokes the image of a movie set. And I think this metaphor is actually very appropriate, because just like on a movie set where you have a physical world, you can walk through, those things exist. But when you watch a movie, it's from a single point of view. The same is true for a 3D scene. There's a virtual representation of things that actually exist, but you only get to see what's on the screen. And the way we represent this virtual 3D scene is through something called a scene graph. And this is from the 3JS website. So 3JS is the technology underneath React 3 Fiber. And this kind of looks familiar to us, right? It looks a bit like a DOM tree or a component tree. That's cool. I think I can figure out how that would work within a React application. But because 3JS is the underlying technology, and that is a scene graph from 3JS, this is the way you would traditionally write 3JS code. It's a very, yeah, you can see it. It's very procedural. You have to manually add things to the scene, manually compose things. And we don't like that. We want to write React, right? So that's where you would use React 3 Fiber. And these two code snippets are actually doing the same thing, except one of them lets us write React and React components. So what that looks like within our game is that where we had a table, and we would loop through all of the players to create table rows, now we loop through all the players and create player objects, which are 3D. We don't necessarily want them to just be sitting there. We want to add some movement to them, but they're there. So in order to add movement, the way I did that was creating kind of a plane that would represent the water, and because our capabilities on mobile are kind of limited of what the player input is, you kind of get only 2 tap, right? And if this were a talk about just 3.js, I would be talking about raycasting and how you translate a tap into a 3D point that corresponds to component. But this is a React 3 Fiber talk, and we just get a simple click handler that takes care of all of that for us and tells us where in 3D space we clicked. So this is the current state, where we have movement. And because we already have the React context syncing with the server, our application is updating already, so our players are moving around on each other's screens. The final part is to change the actual battleship game. And this requires a little bit of math. I use something called a grid helper from 3.js to create the grid, and then figured out, based on another plane underneath the grid, what coordinates were clicked. Finally, to get the rest of the blockout phase done was to actually place our ships. And while it was easy in the prototype phase to just kind of say, this block represents submarine, and this other block next to it also represents a submarine, that's not so simple when you're doing 3D, because you want to add models. You want to add actual things that will kind of take up space. And positioning isn't so simple, especially since some of them are vertical, some of them are horizontal, some of them are an even number of spaces, some of them are odd, and you're positioning all of them based on their very center. So it's just a little bit more math, but getting this done while we only have cylinders to work with makes it so much easier when we actually put in our models. So speaking of the models, these be them. I made these in Blender, and I just want to remind you, I am an art school dropout, so be kind. And this is what they look like in-game. So maybe not the best-looking game, but it still has a charm to it, right? It's something that you can conceptually get your mind around about how to get from something that's just plain HTML, just plain UI, into something that's kind of 3D. And really, this is just like artist skills that's failing at this moment. Finally, to make it kind of a real nautical game, you need to have a level of animation that causes motion sickness. So I did this in 3 different ways, namely a helper called Float from React 3 which is a set of helpers for React 3 Fiber, that whatever you wrap in this component, it will automatically kind of float, which is very appropriate for our ships. The next is when you're firing the cannonball, library called React Spring, with a callback called useSpring that kind of enables this nice fluid animation without having to really do much. And the final part is model animation. So the little fire is actually an asset that I found on Sketchfab, and it had this animation within it. So kind of makes your game look 3D. And finally, I made a few tiny UI improvements just to make it feel more like a mobile game. So instead of having like buttons, buttons with icons and emojis. OK. So if you want to try it. I have never tested with this many people, so I'm really excited to see how quickly it crashes. But I will give you a moment. Still some phones up. OK. Finally, I just want to give a shout out to some resources that have really helped me with React Refiber. I forgot to put the actual documentation, because like Eddie said, good documentation is worth its weight in gold. But yeah, check out Wawa Sensei's React Refiber Ultimate Guide and the legend Bruno Simon's 3JS Journey, and also the Web Game Dev newsletter and Discord server. So I'm guessing you all are having fun. You're not listening to me anymore. I'm happy. This has been great. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We do have a couple of questions this time, so please pick a seat. OK. I know there's a seat for a speaker and a seat.
What makes Buñuel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
What makes Buñuel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
What makes Buñuel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
If you have more questions, because there was a lot more that we couldn't go through, please go talk to Maya in the Q&A speaker room. But please wait 2 minutes, because that's the thing. No, it's raffle time.
Raffle time. Hello again. It's good to see you.
This is the time where me and Nathaniel get to give you free stuff. So this is a good time.
So I'm going to go and get the prizes. And do you want to just recap what the whole point of the game was while I do this?
Yeah, so you were supposed to find the little coins in like the vicinity of this area. And there are 3 people who stood up among the rest and found the most coins. And the thing, okay, so please, if it is you, please get up. And also, I apologize in advance for any name that me or Nathaniel gets wrong, because we will. Okay, so Is Robbie Bierbeck here?
We have to do a drum roll.
We have to do a drum roll?
Okay,
Okay, now we're just doing it for the first one because I
We'll
screwed
do
up.
it for the rest of them as well. Okay, so we're going to start from the third place. Third place winner is going to get a conference T-shirt. Are we ready for? I know we all know this prize, but it's just a practice run. Are we ready for it? All right, let's do a drum roll. Everyone, stamp your feet. Oh, the winner in third place is
Robbie Burback. Are you
Let's
here?
give them a round of applause wherever they are. Please come to the front to collect your prize.
You get a free T-shirt.
And if it's the wrong size, don't worry. Just let us know and we'll replace it. But this one's for the photo.
When he says we, it's not actually we. Please go talk to someone with the orange thing.
All right, do you mind just standing here where the photo is? Awesome. All right, so we have even more winners. The next winner, hopefully you're a Marvel fan person because you're going to win this wonderful, as well as a T-shirt, Infinity Saga Baby Groot Lego set. I am quite jealous, so if you don't want it, please give it to me. All right, so...
Maybe they won't be here.
Maybe. All right, drum roll, please, everyone. Now, that's good, that's good. In second place, we have...
Pavel Dickman.
Woo!
Are they here?
Pavel, can you wave at us if you are coming to the front? No. Okay.
Interesting.
All right, see, we have backup winners.
Yeah, we have backup,
So
but that means Robbie gets 2 things now.
Oh, Rob's going to get upgraded.
That makes sense, because Robbie was third, now he's second.
Okay, we'll deal with that after the show. We'll do
No,
that
no, no,
afterwards.
we're doing all of the fuckery. No, I'm kidding.
Okay, we'll do that
cool.
afterwards. But we will now announce the first place winner who gets this wonderful, and in my opinion, the best version of Batman. And yes, you can come and debate with me of this. Robert Pattinson Batman Batmobile Lego set. Ooh. Drum roll, please. With 29 coins, 7 more ahead of the next best person, we have...
Anna Pachenko. I don't think that's how you pronounce your name.
Yes.
Yeah.
Anna was so confident she would win. She even sat at the front.
In the front.
Please
I
grab
respect
your
that.
prize and let me grab your T-shirt as well.
Nice.
You can hold that as well. And do you mind just turning around for the camera? Make sure they can see it. Awesome. Let's give her a round of applause one more time. All right.
Okay, final question. Is Alexander Hoffman here? No? Okay.
Yes. All right, Alexander.
Yes? You got a
is
shirt.
now our runner-up. So you also get a shirt.
I can get it.
You get a shirt. You don't have to give it to
suspicious,
him.
suspicious. Don't worry. Don't worry. Oh, you even
so you
got the
stole
badge. Fair enough. We believe you.
No,
We're just
that's
joking
fine.
around.
Yeah.
We're just joking around.
And
Grab the
also-
shirt. All right. Thank you so much for taking part. And also, even if you didn't win, give him a round of applause. Even if you didn't win, no, this is for this is for Rob.
This is for Robbie.
Because Rob came third and is upgraded to second now. Okay, but even if you didn't win, we want to still say a big thank you for taking part in the conference, because the fact that you got coins means you went around, you went to discussion rooms, you asked questions and you interacted with the people here, and that makes this conference a better place. So give yourselves a round of applause. All right.
Okay, so now that that is done, I'm really happy for everyone who won, and I'm really sad that wasn't me. Don't forget, again, do not forget to ask your questions on Slido, because we have one last talk, and then a break, and then the after party. Thank you. There was one person. I respect you. Okay, so our next and final speaker is Luca Casonato, and he's going to be talking about how JavaScript should come with batteries. But the thing is, he's not set up yet, so that's cool. There is no laptop there. But I did have a joke that now I forgot about it. Oh, I know this guy. I met him in Romania. Nice guy. He's a developer and open source enthusiast.
Now, I know that you are really, really excited to get along, but we need to have a break first so that people can move around. Yes, so we are going to pause and have a break. Feel free to go and grab a water while he gets set up, and we'll be back with another amazing talk. All right, we'll see you in a bit.
What makes Buñuel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Okay, everyone, welcome back. I'm going to make some time because a lot of people are still outside, and mostly because I had the story to tell everyone, and now Nathaniel did not let me. So now I still have to tell it. So like when I was like, I think like 22, I didn't go to college because, so I'm from Portugal where college is free. So when I tell you it's because I was poor, you're like, you could have, it's free, but I was also not very smart at school. So the combination of both makes you not be able to go to college. And basically, like, and then got a job in development. And then when I was like 22, I went to my mom and I was like, Mom, I think I want to go to college. To which she like stares me dead in the eye with the most serious face I've ever seen her do and tells me, Sarah, college is for people who don't have jobs. And to this day, I still I still resent her for that. Because then I couldn't learn about game development. Because have you ever tried opening Unity? That's scary. That's some scary ass things. Okay, so now I think we're actually ready for Luca, which I've already scared once, so now it is actually the time for them to get up and come over. Yeah, so last talk of the day, we have Luca who's going to be saying why he thinks JavaScript should come with batteries. So please welcome Luca.
Hey folks, thank you all for being here. I know it's very late. You're probably all very tired and want to go home, so I'll tell you something about not React for once. You've probably had a lot of React talks today because we're at a React conference, but I don't know. I'm going to talk about more JavaScript because, hey, React is really just JavaScript, right? And why don't we talk a little bit about JavaScript? So my talk is JavaScript should come with batteries. And let me explain actually, let me first introduce who I am. That's probably useful. So I'm Luca. I'm a software engineer at the Dino company. Some of you may have heard of Dino. If not, I'll get to that in a second. I work on various things related to Dino. I built a front-end framework for Dino called Fresh that some of you may have seen. And I do a bunch of standards work at TC39, standardizing the JavaScript language, and at Whatwig and W3C, standardizing things like fetch, HTML. And I'm a co-chair at useReducer, which is a community group at the W3C where we try to make server-side JavaScript runtimes more interoperable. So making Node.js work better with Dino, and Dino better with Cloudflare workers, with Run, with whatever, right? So about my talk today, I have this premise that I'm going to try to argue, which is that JavaScript is too bare bones, and this is bad. And what I mean by this is that JavaScript doesn't really have an extensive standard library or default tooling, but rather everybody sort of has to pack everything they want in their project together themselves. And this means that if you're setting up a new project, you have to go stare at a table like this and fill in the right-hand side, right? I need a formatter, so let me choose a formatter. Like, do I use dprint? Do I use prettier? Do I just use auto-formatting in VS Code? Or do I use none? Linting, testing, types. Do I want to use TypeScript or not? If so, now I need to have all of my tools support TypeScript. Maybe I want to set up benchmarking, documentation generation if I have a library. And then you need to pull in a bunch of packages for things that you're going to need to do. Like you need to pull in a package to do YAML parsing because you have a config file that's written in YAML that some other team gave you, or you want to have some service that you're calling and it fails very frequently, so you want to do that with retries. You need to pull in some library for that. And this ends up with every tool and API that you sort of need. You need to have one more package that you install. So you have this very large package.json folder. And this becomes even more complicated because there's so many different tools out there. When you want to use them together, things become even more complicated, right? You can install ESLint. I hope your beer is fine. So yeah, when you install ESLint and you want to use that with TypeScript, that doesn't work out of the box, right? You need to install another tool called TypeScript ESLint, and you don't just install one, you install two packages. You add a bunch of stuff to your ESLint config file. You need to have a config file for ESLint also. Same thing with JSX, right? You need to add plugins for that. ESM. Actually, ESLint is pretty good about ESM. One of the sort of standout tools here regarding ESM support. Still couldn't use config files up until a couple of weeks ago, months ago, I don't know. But there's some really bad ones, and I don't mean to hate on the folks building Jest. A lot of this boils down to other projects that they use not supporting tools well, but Jest and TypeScript, getting that set up, not fun. You want to throw JSX into the mix, you need to set up more config. And here, you're not even setting up config for Jest, you're setting up config for Babel. It's OK, I guess I'm using Babel now. And ESM, you just don't use ESM if you use Jest. If you want to test in ESM, just don't use Jest. And then your node modules folder looks like this, right? You have 100 dependencies in your package.json and 300 megabyte package or node modules folder. And you just set up a config file, and then you have a project like this, right? And imagine coming to a company and you download the repo and you want to start working, and you're greeted by this. This is not fun. Right? This is not something you want. You just want to get set up and everything just works. And you want to start a new project, you don't want to have to set this up. You just want to have it work out of the box. So how do we solve this? And as a JavaScript developer, you may be wondering, yeah, how do we solve this? But if you sort of float around other language ecosystems sometimes, you can see that some ecosystems solve this really well. Some do it very poorly, but some do it really well. For example, Rust and Go. And I'm using these specifically because they're about the same age as JavaScript. So you can't say JavaScript is old or Node is old, and because of that, it doesn't have this. Go was released the same year that Node was released. And Rust was released just a couple years later. And these have very extensive standard libraries and tools built in. Formatting comes out of the box. Testing comes out of the box. Everybody uses the same test runner. And I mean everyone. right? Like this is not 80% of people use the same test runner. Everyone uses the same test runner. Documentation generation, benchmarking. And this is really great because you can get started on a new project without spending any time on configuration. You open up a folder, create a file, write some code in the file, run the file. And that file now has formatting, linting, testing, all of that set up out of the box because it comes with a tool that you use to run the file. If you're building in a tool, in a team, this means you don't have to have discussions with your team about like, do I like ESLint or like Rome or whatever, right? Whatever is being used that day. Everybody uses the same thing. No discussions, and like switching between companies and even teams within a company becomes really easy because if you know the tools from one project, they translate exactly to any other project because all other projects use the same tooling. So let's do something about this. Why don't we get to this state with JavaScript? And this is something that my boss, Ryan Dahl, thought like 5 years ago at this point. Ryan Dahl, if you don't know him, is the original creator of Node. In 2010, he released the first version of Node actually in Berlin on a stage not too far from here. Ryan then went on to use Go for a couple of years, and where he saw like all of these nice built-in tooling things, and then came back to JavaScript in 2018 and realized like there was a problem here that needed solving. So in May 2020, 10 years after the original release of Node, we released Dino to fix some of these problems. And I want to talk to you a little bit about that, show you what it looks like, and sort of what kind of experience you can have when tooling just comes out of the box. So a little bit about Dino. Dino is a next-generation JavaScript runtime that's incredibly simple to get started. And like, you don't have to take my word for this. I will give you some code demos in a second. It really is. Secure by default, native support for TypeScript and JSX out of the box, has built-in testing, linting, formatting, a language server for VS Code, documentation generation, you name it, single file executables, a bundler, go on and on, right? It has web standard APIs built out of the box, so like if you want to use, if you're coming from the front end, which most of you probably are, you're front end developers, there's a lot of APIs in there that you just know. Like if you want to make an HTTP call, use fetch. If you want to stream some data around, you use web streams. If you want to, like, I don't know, store some strings in a key value database somewhere, very little, you use local storage. It's backwards compatible with Node.js and NPM since pretty recently, and it's used by a lot of large companies. We have like, I think the website says 250,000 monthly active users, but I don't know, that's a couple months old at this point. To install Dino, you just run a single command. And this is really all it does, right? Like it really installs a single binary. There's no lib files, OpenSSL, anything you need to install. It's just a single binary. And then you can get started. And then this is what your setup Dino project looks like. There's nothing in the folder, right? To get started, I create a file. And I'm going to create a TypeScript file. I told you I can run TypeScript out of the box. So create a TypeScript file. And I write some code in here. And let me turn off Copilot so it doesn't annoy me. Did that work? It did. Fantastic. And then I just run TypeScript. And this works. And this is like actually TypeScript, right? Like I can put this in here, and this still works. So actually running TypeScript. Yeah, so that's very basic things. Now you're wondering, like, OK, I can console log. This is not very helpful. I can do nothing by just console logging. So let's do some I/O. Let me read a file from disk. There's a nice file that's stored on all Unix systems called etc password, which, unlike the name suggests, doesn't actually store my password. But it's fun to log out. So let's log that file out. Did Copilot not disable? I thought I disabled this. OK. And when I do this, you're actually going to see something else. Look down here at the terminal. So I ran, let me zoom out one. I ran Dino, and it asked me to give permission to read this file. And this is what I mean with secure by default. So in the browser, if you create a website and you want to send user notifications, you can't just do this always, right? It pops up a prompt to the user that asks the user, hey, do you actually want shady website 36 to send you notifications? Because probably you don't. This is really helpful. If you're running like some random script off GitHub and you don't really trust the author, just run it. Like if it tries to do something bad, you'll see. I'm going to allow this. Oh, I'll allow this. And there we go. It logs out my etc password file. So that's I/O. Permissions, you explicitly opt into them. You can either do this via the prompts like I just showed you, but you can also pass flags. So I can do dino run -- allow read min.ts, and this bypasses the permission prompt. And like this is very granular, so you can also say like read only from EDC or only from this specific file, however you like. Web standards, I told you we have a bunch of web standards built in, so let's just like fetch something off the network. Like, I don't know, example.com, and you're going to look at me here like writing a fetch statement. Like, you don't do, I'll do this every day. But what's kind of cool is like Dino uses web standards not just for things that are obvious, like fetching HTTP, but even for things like writing to standard out. So Dino's standard out is actually a web stream. Like this writable is a writable stream from the web, which means that I can do response.body.pipe to all web APIs, right? This is all web APIs. I wait that. If I run this, it pipes streaming the text to my console. So really, you use web APIs all over the place. And we take this pretty far. So we like very much try to work with other people in the space, like with Node, and with Cloudflare Workers, and with Bun, to sort of get them to all adopt these same APIs. So that code that you write for the front end can work on your server. This is really useful if you're doing like server-side rendering and hydration, right? You want to be able to just share the same code between the two. But also if you write code that needs to be portable across different server-side runtimes. And we like have a community group at the W3C, a standards group that's set up to do this, where we sort of talk about these things and figure out what APIs everyone should support. One more little demo I want to give you. Let's do some npm imports. So I told you it's backwards compatible. What's more backwards compatible, or what's more interesting than for backwards compatibility than Express? Everybody knows Express. So Dino can import Express, obviously. Let's build a little HTTP server. So to import npm packages in Dino, you just write an import statement, and you prefix them with npm:. And if you want to import a specific version, you can do that using an @ and you don't see, I don't have a package JSON here. I don't have a node modules folder here. Nothing. Just my one line of code here. And I can create an app. And you can actually see I have no typings here, because this is one of these other fun things with the existing ecosystem is a lot of old packages don't have types out of the box. So if I want to include a type, I have to tell Dino that I want those types. And this is the same thing you do in a package JSON, where you specify your types with like pulling them from @types. So I'm going to pull a packet or the types here from types/express. And now you can see I have types and documentation. OK, so let's write a little server that takes a request and a response. And I forget what the API is. Send? Yes, send. That just sends out hello world. And you could send anything here, right? Like you could render some JSX. If I have time, I can show you that later. We listen on a port. And let's log out that the server has started. Listening on HTTP localhost 8000. OK. So let's run this. I trust Express, so I'm just going to run with all flags to not get permission prompts. I've shown you those already. And you can see, started up a server. It pulled in Express. Again, still no node modules folder, still no package JSON. And I open this, and it runs. Hello world. OK. Let's talk a little bit about the tools that are built into Dino. So I told you there's tools built in, and actually you're seeing one of them working right now. This little orange squiggly line under request here is actually Dino lint that says request is never used. If this is intentional, prefix it with an underscore. There's a linter that just comes out of the box, no configuration necessary. And I can run this, Dino lint, reports the same error. I can fix it. And actually, you've seen the other tool that I'm going to demo already also, the formatter. Like, if I go and mess up my formatting here and format with Dino, formatted, no config necessary. And I can do the same using the command line. Oh. And if I want to run this in CI, I can have like a Dino format check that checks that you're formatted to like failed CI if you're not formatted. All just comes out of the box. I don't have time to show test and bench and all that kind of stuff right now, but yeah, you can look at those on the website. They're very easy to understand too. There's one more really cool thing that I think we have built in, which is a database. And you may be wondering, like, why do you have a database built in? And this is really part of that same philosophy that we should have everything that you need to develop an application just built into the runtime. So most people do not want to have to go through and choose what database they want. They just want something that works, that is easy to set up, that doesn't require configuration. And DinoKV is just that. It's a key value store, ACID compliant, so sort of has the same consistency as Postgres and other SQL databases. It's really built for serverless applications, built for running on the edge, has built-in support for task queues and scheduling, cron jobs, if anybody's familiar with that. Has support for key watching. It actually says coming soon, slightly older iteration of this slide. We just released that last Thursday. Oh, that was yesterday. Yeah, we released that yesterday. No setup, no install, no import. You can just use it. So let's integrate a little KV database in here. So I can dino.openkv. This opens my database. This is all I have to do, right? I have a database now. And now I can, let's add a visitor counter. You know those sites from like the early 2000s that had a little visitor counter at the bottom? I'm going to add one of those because I think they're cool. So let's have a key that we call visitors. Oh, visitors. And we're going to increment it by 1 every time you load the page. And this is an async operation, so we need to await it. And then this needs to be an async function. And let's grab the new value after we've set it. So await kv.get. We're going to get that same visitors key that we just set and just print that out as the response. So if I could type. It's getting kind of late already. OK, so Dino run, main.ts. Oh, and actually, this is an unstable feature, so I need to do this. And where's my, there we go. OK, visitors, 1. I'm the only visitor to this page. Huh, weird, right? And every time I reload, increments by 1. And if I shut down the server and start it up again, it resumes where it left off, right? So this is an actually persistent database. This is not like some in-memory stuff. And what makes this really cool is the next thing I want to show you, which is how we make money. And you're going to think, like, why is this relevant? But Dino's an open source project, and I think it's really important to sort of be very transparent about how open source projects make money, because otherwise, like, you're going to think we just, like, are giving you all this free, cool stuff, and at some point we're going to say, hey, actually, starting next Monday, you're all going to pay us $10 a month, and otherwise you can't use it anymore. That's not how we want to do things. So everything you've seen so far is totally free, totally open source, MIT license on GitHub. You can contribute to it. It's written in Rust. But we provide a hosting solution for Dino called Dino Deploy, which is a hosting platform not just for Dino, but actually for all serverless JavaScript. Like, you can run node projects on there, too. And it works really great for Dino because it runs on the edge, like sort of similar to Cloudflare Workers, but it has built-in support for node modules. It has this built-in global database. I'll show you that in just a second, running all over the world. Deploys directly from GitHub, so you have a very similar experience to like when you're deploying from with like Vercel or Netlify or any of these services, right, where you're pulling right from GitHub. And we have an offering for enterprise customers that want to like just run some JavaScript as part of their product. If any of you are building SaaS products that like use webhooks, why don't you just let users just write some code directly in your product rather than having to webhook out to them? So this is part of our sort of philosophy that we want to make it really easy for you to build and test your projects locally, and then very seamlessly be able to deploy them to either our platform or to like Google Cloud Run or Vercel or Netlify or really any place, but then have them backed by sort of much more globally distributed APIs. In the same runtime, same APIs, but just backed by systems that are built for scale rather than systems built for you to run your tests. And an example of this is that DinoKV database that I showed you earlier. Locally, it's backed by SQLite. And when it's deployed, it's actually backed by FoundationDB, which is the same thing that all of you use when you use your iPhones every day, right? Like iCloud is backed by FoundationDB. It's a very, very scalable, globally distributable database, very robust. And I have like 0 seconds left, so I just want to quickly demo how to deploy this. We have this tool called deploy.ctl that lets you deploy a project, and let's count here 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. OK, there's a URL. If you all visit this URL on your phone right now, you're going to see visitor counter. So how high can we go? I'm visitor number 1. Anybody daring to be visitor number 2? Oh, still number 2. Nobody's gone there yet. Oh, somebody else has gone there already. Come on, people. We need to accelerate this. This needs to be one of those like skyrocket moments. 44. There we go. This is what I'm talking about. OK, so visitor counters, globally distributed, scalable, right? This just works. And 13 seconds. I didn't configure anything here beforehand. It created a project, created a database, and deployed my service, all in those 13 seconds. So, quick recap what we've done here. In a matter of 20 minutes, I've started a new project from scratch with a formatter, a linter, a database, NPM dependencies. If I wanted to test some tests, benchmarking, documentation generation, compiling to a single executable, we deployed it to the cloud, and we used no tooling other than the tooling that comes out of the box with Dino. I didn't have to write a single configuration file. And we've so far used 16% of the tools built into Dino, right? Like there's a lot of stuff that we give you. And that's batteries included. And I think this is where we should really go with JavaScript. Not just in Dino, also in Node, also in other tools. Like tools should come out of the box with all the stuff you need to sort of build a successful product. Yeah. Significantly increases productivity, but I think much more importantly, significantly increases fun while you're programming, right? Like nobody likes building config files, and if you never have to build config files, you can have much more fun building things you actually like. One more plug. I didn't talk about JSX at all, or React, or anything, so I needed to plug a front-end framework to sort of make this relevant to this conference. Fresh. Fresh is a front-end framework built for Dino using Preact rather than React, but it's all the same anyway. Sorry, no, it's not, I know. Again, no configuration, TypeScript support out of the box, 0 runtime overhead, can do sort of server-side rendering on the edge. Yeah, fresh. And yeah, that's it. Thanks for listening. Check out Dino. If you want to try Dino deploy, dino.com/deploy. And if you want to join our Discord, discord.gg/Dino. And that's all I have. I have a bunch of stickers, though, and I need to get rid of these. Otherwise, my DevRel person's going to get mad at me. So, like, please pick up stickers on your way out. Thank you. Oh, you won. OK. So many left.
You can't leave yet.
I can't. Oh, OK.
There are questions, sir. Please choose a chair.
I will sit down.
That's a good start.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Switch? OK. Sure.
Oh, so that was how we were supposed to do it all along. That's cool. OK, so there is a bunch of questions, which I'm holding in my hand. First thing that I have for you is, why do you think is the reason that Dino hasn't been adopted so widely?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think part of it is that when we started out with Dino, we really started focusing on all of the things that we wanted to get where we wanted to be different than Node. And we didn't really care about compatibility very much because we just wanted to make sure that the end goal, the state where you're getting to, is really good. Like we need to have a good formatter, good linter, good testing library, good runtime, right? And then over the last the last year or so, we spent a lot of time working on Node compatibility. So as you saw, I could just run Express out of the box. And it's not just Express. Like I can run a lot of NPM packages just out of the box. And sort of this backwards compatibility is really required for people to adopt something at scale. So in the last year, we've seen like a tremendous amount of growth, and I think, yeah, that'll accelerate. I'm sure you're going to hear more about Dino next year and the year after, and hopefully the year after that.
OK, one question that has actually been asked a bunch, and I had to delete all the other ones, because this has been asked a bunch of times, is, that is not the question. I'm very good at this. OK, there we go. Can you customize the linter?
Yes, there is a config
Have you met a
file.
JavaScript developer?
Guys, why?
I don't
no
want
linter
semicolons.
configuration. This is out of the box. Okay, no. We support configuration. There is a config file that you can set up if you want to lint thing, if you want to have a configuration. But really, we try to make the default.
What makes Brunel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
What makes Brunel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Okay, so first of all, please do not go away if you are on the live stream, because this will continue for you. But for the people here in Berlin, that was the last talk. I'm going to invite Nathaniel back on the stage because he has the clicker.
What makes Brunel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
What makes Brunel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
What makes Brunel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
What makes Buñuel so special for me, very easy, is the people. What makes Buñuel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
All right. Are you ready to start the day? Are you ready? You feel it? Okay, I can see someone is definitely excited. I like that energy. I feel like you should bring that energy anytime you go on stage. Speaking of that, this person actually does bring the energy out when they come on stage. I love hanging out with this person. And I'm actually going to do something a little bit different from what I usually do for their intro. Because I was having a conversation with this person at a conference like a few months ago, maybe a month ago. And they were like, yo, when you do my intro one day, you should rap it. And I was like, yeah, I do it. I promise I'll do it, thinking I would never, it will be like a year before I actually have to introduce him. And I have to keep my promise. But I'm going to need your help. So you're going to do two things. You're going to practice clapping in this, and then you're going to give him a big applause when we get to the end. Is that okay? Yeah? You down with me? All right, okay. So how many of you know We Will Rock You? We Will Rock You. Okay, so what you're going to do is you're going to do the beat from We Will Rock You. Can we all do that together? That's it. Nice. I need you to keep that pace going. I need it as loud as you can. Let's go. All right. Everybody, clap your hands for our next speaker. You think you know React, but he goes deeper. His technical ability has major versatility, and his applications have major reactivity. It's almost time to start. The energy's I'm going to do this again. It's almost time to start. The energy's contagious. I'm so thrilled. I feel like I'm in Vegas. His confidence is major. He's here to entertain us. Give it up for my man, Tagus. Let's give it up.
Wow. Wow, give it up for Nathaniel, everybody. Oh, my Lord. Listen, this is, whew, man, I've never been introduced like that. Thank you, brother. That was tremendous. Look, this conference is extremely special to me because I live here. Berlin, I call it home. I've lived here for 8 years, and it's an absolute honor and privilege to be able to be here and talk to you today in my home city. This year, I've spoken at somewhere upwards of 30 conferences all around the world, but in Berlin, this is number 2. And it's extremely special to me to see all of you here from Belgium, from the Netherlands, all these places coming here, not just to watch me, but to celebrate React together, right? And that is a special thing. So I just want to really quick give it up for you for coming, for Git Nation. Amazing. Incredible. I feel like I have an intro slide, but apparently I don't need it thanks to Nathaniel. My name is Tejas. It's pronounced like contagious. I'm not, don't worry. And over the years, I've worked in tech now for many, many years, 20 plus, I lost count. And over the years, I've had the privilege of working with and at a number of various teams that I'm really thankful for. And really, it comes out of that I want to share these things with you today, okay? Today, I'm a consultant. I help developer-focused companies do DevRel, and if you need help with that, I'm happy to chat after. But that's not what we're here to talk about today. Today, we're here to talk about React Server Components. We're going to talk about it in some depth. We have 20 minutes, so we'll see how far we get. The last time I gave this talk, it was 45 minutes, even though it was in a 20-minute slot. And, and then the Git Nation folks were like, never again. In fact, it was the last talk, and it went over time, so now they're like, we'll give you the first talk, so you can't go over time. Anyway, how many of you are using React Server Components? Okay, that's, I'd say 1%, if that, of the room, which is fine. I mean, it's new, and that's why I'm here. What I want to talk to you about is the mechanism of React Server Components. So I'm not going to talk to you about how to use it. The prevalent way of how to use it is to actually just use Next.js or a framework that handles the complexity for you. I think this is relatively straightforward. You can find it. Tobias from Vercel is here. He'll probably talk to you about it, etc. What I want to teach you is the mechanism, how they work. Because I have a problem accepting high-level black box abstractions as an engineer. Anyone? Am I alone in this? Anyone else? Yeah, OK, most people. And so if you tell me, just use Next.js and it's figured out for you, I'm like, OK, that's awesome. Thank you. Next.js team, but like, how does it work? So I understand the underlying mechanism, okay? And so that's what we're here to talk about today. In our time together, we will not cover two things. We're not going to cover the basics of React. I assume you know this. And if you don't, we can chat separately, but I have 20 minutes here. And we will not cover server actions, because at the time of giving the talk, a lot of the React-specific stuff with server actions is in canary, meaning it's pre-release. It's not production ready. You can use server actions in Vercel, in Next.js, excuse me. But again, I'm not ready to talk about that in a React capacity. What we will talk about is server components from the theory side. We'll look at the problems they solve, and then we'll look at how you can implement server component rendering-ish in practice. We look at the boundaries between server components, client components, what they mean and how they fit together. Okay? With that, I have 15 minutes left. Wow. With that, let's get started talking about server components. Actually, let's zoom out a little bit and talk about React. I recently had the privilege of writing a book on React, and so I'm thinking like first principles style. React, by its name, is a piece of software that enables web applications to what? To react, to user interact. That's the whole point. And you might think, OK, so I click a button and React does stuff. Exactly. But it's not just about reacting. It's about reacting well. It's about reacting fast. It's about when some expensive CPU work is happening, right? You're rendering a big list, and then a user enters a keystroke in an input. That input needs to respond to them before whatever CPU work is happening. It needs to react instantly. That is the purpose of React through and through. And so typically, web applications are CPU-bound, meaning they're doing work on the CPU, or they're network-bound, meaning there's data fetching. And the data fetching can sometimes interrupt user interfaces. Can you think of a case where this happens? Spinners. In fact, X, formerly Twitter, is entirely client-side rendered. And so if you go on there, you'll see like 7 different spinners all at the same time. And this can interrupt your user experience. And so React aims to solve that problem. And server components is and are the answer to this. Now, you might be thinking, OK, but server-side rendering was the answer to this, right? Server-side rendering means you render all your React components on the server side, and then you just send like HTML, or you stream text HTML to your browser, okay? Yes, they solved the spinner problem, but the level of granularity isn't ideal. Typically, before Next.js 13, you would render an entire page on the server. You couldn't say like, this specific card that formats Markdown, this thing alone needs to render on the server and go to the client. Server components solve that. Server components solve the problem of data fetching. Some of you may have heard of suspense for data fetching, right? Server components is basically that. It started to be a problem. It started with solving the problem of large JavaScript bundles, right? We used to ship a lot of JavaScript. A lot. The entire application was basically just JavaScript we ship from some server to the browser. The browsers have to download the JavaScript, parse it, execute it, and then the app becomes interactive. That's awful. Server rendering solves that by sending markup and then hydrating, so the JavaScript is loaded after. Server components solve it even more by rendering components exclusively on the server. Exclusively. So if you have a blog, it's read-only, there's no interactions, you can render that entire thing on the server and almost never on the client. And then what do you render on the client? You only ship the interactive elements. A little button, a little plus sign, the add to cart, the small stuff. And therefore, you ship less code. So it's a two-way solution. It solves data fetching, because you're even fetching on the server, and it solves the large bundle size problem. So we only ship like little buttons instead of entire applications, okay? That's the solution. So with that, I'm already bored of listening to myself speak. So let's just do a demo. How about that? What I want to show you is this little demo I have prepared. These are jokes, and they're moving. I promise you there's logic. So let's talk about this a little bit. These jokes come from a database. There's an amazing member of the React community called Shruti Kapoor. This is Shruti Kapoor 08. And she has a GitHub repo called devjoke, and it's full of jokes, developer jokes. I needed to get this into a database. So there's a backend as a service thing called Keel. I loaded it in here, and there's a bunch of data here, questions and answers. And I wanted to just basically give myself data to fetch. So now I have this database, and I want to fetch it to show you server components. So this is the application, fetching data from my database. And what you're seeing here is entirely client rendered. So if I reload this, you look at some problems with client-side rendering. So if I reload this, exactly. Let's try that again. There we go. So it says no jokes. So there's this flash of unstyled or unintelligent content. It fetches the data, and then the data becomes available, right? But that no joke was not cool. It would be nice if I could fetch that data on the server and just send the jokes directly, okay? Then I click on what is brown and sticky. Any answers? I click on this, and I should see the answer, but it says no answer and then a stick, which a stick is brown and sticky. You're welcome. It's very safe for work. And then whenever I click on another joke, I get the answer, but you see, it has this like no answer flash, yuck. And that's because it's all client-side rendered. If I look at the network tab here, you'll actually see like network requests happening. So I click this, look at all these requests, and if I filter on fetch, it's doing this. Now, if I do this on the server side, we get instant stuff. Let's look at how we can add server-side rendering. So this is a git diff, and we're going to walk through what changed. So in step 1, we add a server. This is literally an express server that adds server-side rendering. So what we're doing is we import our dependencies, we instantiate a server, and we listen on this. This will get our client-side JavaScript. From there, we have a route parameter /page, and whatever that parameter is, we just require that. We expect it to be a default export of something in a pages folder, right? This is how Next.js works. You get a route parameter. Okay, this is probably a JavaScript file under pages. Require it, show it. Okay, that's what we're doing here. And then we take that and we use render to string to turn the component into an HTML string, send it over the network. That's it. This is like server-side rendering in a nutshell. It's oversimplified because we have 20 minutes, okay? There's a bunch of edge cases that I'm not handling. Use a framework, okay? But this is about the mechanism, okay? So let's run this now. So I'm going to go here and we'll git checkout 1, npm run build, and then, so we're building the server and we're starting the server. That's all we're doing, okay? And now we'll go back to my browser. This is Arc, by the way, best browser in the world. Chicken need hider, I don't even know. But we're now on port 3000, not 5173 /question. And it says no jokes, and it just actually has no jokes at all. Can someone tell me why? We have no jokes because what we're doing is we're fetching on the client side. But this is server-side rendered, and we're not hydrating. We're not adding the JavaScript after the fact. In fact, if you look here at the React DevTools, this page doesn't appear to be using React. So a very easy solution to this would be what? Would be to come here to our server, server.tsx. And when we render to string, we send the HTML, right? but we also do script src/client.js, like this. And then we load the client-side JavaScript. In theory, this should work, but I don't trust the demo effect, so we'll see. Reload. Are you using React? Yeah, you are. And so now we picked up React on the client side. We hydrate, and it works. But the problem still sucks, because we're still like client-side fetching. You see this? And we have this because the initial load is without data, and then we still fetch on the client side. It would be cool if we can fetch on the server side. So let's advance a little bit in Git history. Let's go to the next commit. So we added a server, but notice we changed no application code. OK, what is application code? Let's look at application code here. So if we go to our pages/question, right? Questions. What we're doing in questions, we're fetching like this, yuck. We're fetching in useEffect, and we're setting, you should never do this, by the way. This is the less ideal way to fetch data in React. You want to fetch on the server side as early as possible. That is, even in module scope, never in useEffect, OK? And we can talk more about that around if you have questions. So this is suboptimal, and that's why we have this ugly, like, yuck, no answer, and then the answer comes, and then the jokes will probably load in the background. Lame, lame. So we now fetch on the server side. When we fetch on the server side, we can do it in multiple ways. Server components is the premier 2023 plus way of fetching on the server side. So let's look at how we do this now with server components. If we do it with server components, we can basically just turn this component into an async component. Oof, get rid of all, actually, maybe not all of it. So we'll jokes equals, look at await, oh my goodness, look, wow, beautiful, oh. And instead of set jokes here, we just like return the results, whatever it is we're doing, right? And this is it. But the problem now is it's like this is async. This isn't a React component, because React components are not async. You can't do this. Except with server components, you can. Let's look at how. So I'm going to undo all of the, actually, you know what? I'll save it, and then I'll come here and just reset my changes. Okay? And let's look at how we add server components to the mix here. So here's what we're doing. We updated our questions component, and we turned this component into an async component. That's what we did. Literally what I just wrote, we're doing that here. And we're also doing that in the answers file. We literally take a component and add async to it and fetch here instead of in useEffect. Okay? On our server, what changes are we doing? Well, before we render to string, we have another function called unwrap.jsx. Unwrap.jsx is an async function that requires being awaited. And keep in mind, here we're on the server, and on the server we can await things because servers are async. Okay? So we await unwrap.jsx. And now the question, what does unwrap.jsx do? It literally goes component by component by component by component. And if a component is a function component, and if that function component is async because it has an await with a data dependency, it will await it, turn it into a regular component that's not async, and then return it. Okay? And the code for that is here. So unwrap.jsx, if it's a string or a number or Boolean, then it's not going to be an async function. We just return it. If it's an array, we await all elements in the array. This is a React fragment. We just await it. If it's an object, then if it's a React element, and if it's a built-in component, div, span, p, we call unwrap.jsx on its children, aka props. If it's a function component, we call unwrap.jsx on its props, because props have children that may be async. And then we await the component itself, the function component. We call it with its props, await it. And finally, we recursively just unwrap everything. So we just await everything in the React tree. And at the end, what we get is a big tree of JSX, but all data dependencies have been resolved. Okay? And then we take that return and pass it to render to string and just get a React string. That's your basic server components render. You just await a bunch of stuff on the server, send it. Of course, you don't necessarily need to synchronously send a string. You can also stream a response. This is just simplified for mechanism. Okay? That's the gist of how it works. And because now you're rendering initial markup on the server, you can do some really cool things. For example, you can take all that initial JSX that you created on the server and store it in window. Then what you can do is listen for navigation in the client side. So this is the server bundle, right? And we're storing the initial render on the server. If we go to the index, what we can do is create soft navigation. So we come here, we listen for all clicks on anchor elements, and instead of navigating in the browser, we stop that, and we call navigate. And navigate fetches another JSX tree from the server and just re-renders it. So it's soft navigation. And I'd love to show you the full server components flow now by generating the HTML on the server for the next page and sending it and saying, hey, React on the client side, just re-render this tree. So if we git checkout 4, npm run build. So this is a full server components flow based on what we just covered. So if we come here and we reload, we'll go to /question q. There we go. No. Oh, wow. It redirected. So now we've got a full server components flow where we are, if we click on the joke, right? First of all, there's no flash of unloaded content. But also, when I click here, it navigates, and the sliding position is not interrupted. We persist the state because we're not fundamentally navigating in the browser. We're just re-rendering new JSX. We fetch. Let's look at what happens on the server side, or rather from the network tab. So once again, the jokes are going to come from here. And what I'll do is I've got the network inspector open, and I'll fetch. Let's actually put this on the side. I will fetch. So I'll click on a joke. Why was 6 afraid of 7? Fetch. And it's going to load, and there. Because notice, we didn't lose state. Soft navigation through server components. The question is, what did we fetch? And if we go to answer, this is what we fetch. Let me make this nice and big for you so you can see. Okay? Type of is RE, props, children. So we have head, we have HTML, head, body, and then in children we have a div. It's basically the next page expressed as React components from the server to the client. React on the client side says, oh, I know what this is. And then we just call re-render. We say, let's render, do your virtual DOM diffing, and then do the next page without any hard navigation on the. This is the gist of server components. You render a bunch of components on the server, you await them, then you pass them to a server renderer, and then you ship them. And this enables soft navigation. If we look at the code, everything now is async, so we just literally async await. This is a server component here. It's TS ignore because the TypeScript definitions don't know how to deal with promises returned from this, but that's the gist of it. So on the server side, we have the unwrap JSX function that does this. We've talked about this. And then you take the return value of the unwrap JSX function, pass it to render to string, or even render to stream. It doesn't matter. And that's the interplay between server components and server-side rendering. Okay? You can also just send that straight to a client. You don't need that, but this is typically how it's done. One final remark as we close. I can't believe it's been 20 minutes. As we close, is that server components sort of mess up the semantics of things. Because the React server components are rendered in a server components server, and then passed to the server-side renderer, which is a client of the server component renderer. So the server in this case is the client. Is that clear? If it's not clear, it's not even clear to anyone. But no, there's one server, and the server-side renderer is a client of that server, but the browser is a client of the server-side renderer. Okay? This is why server components fundamentally is a bad name. So are client components, which, by the way, we didn't talk about client components, and we didn't have that in the demo. But a client component starts with the directive use client, and this is a queue to the bundler, the build system, TurboPack, Tobias. When the bundler sees use client as it's compiling the dependencies, it says, OK, this thing, I'm going to split that out into a separate bundle, send that bundle to the browser, and then load it on the client side only. Right? So the server renderer will render a little hole that the browser will fill in for the interactive client elements. That's how it works. 20 minutes, not enough to go as deep as we want to, but I'm around all day. I'm happy to talk about this with you and really solidify your understanding of React server components. Because I do believe, in summary, I have to wrap up, unfortunately, but I do believe that there's a lot of imposter syndrome in the space. There's a lot of esoteric language where people may not have the most solid understanding of this, and I'd love to demystify some of that. I'd love to give you the confidence to have high-quality conversations. Okay, so get on Slido, get on X, formerly Twitter, let me know, and I'm happy to answer your questions. To wrap up, there's lots of content about this on YouTube, and I also recently wrote a book on React that goes deep into this type of stuff. It's going on sale March next year. Don't buy it if you don't want to. I'm not here to make a pitch. Honestly, it's just if you find this stuff interesting. With that, React Day Berlin, thank you so much for having me.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
What makes Buñuel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
What makes Buñuel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
What makes Buñuel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. If you're in the corridors, please come and grab a seat. We have more amazing content lined up for you and another amazing talk. But first, I want to say a big thank you to one of our sponsors, Storyblock. Storyblock is a content management system that empowers teams to create and scale content experiences across any digital channel. I've actually used them. They're pretty good, so definitely go and check them out. And also, before I announce the next speaker, I just want to remind everyone that you can ask questions. So you can use the QR code on screen right now, or use Slido at 0812 to ask your questions, and I will ask them to the speaker after the talk. All right, we're here because we like to write React, and we want to learn how to write good code that looks pretty, works well, and is maintainable. And we're gonna have a talk all about that from Miguel. He's been dedicated for over 15 years doing web programming, all different parts of technology, and he has a deep passion for coding and sharing that with others. He actually runs a really, really successful Twitch channel called Me Do Dev, and he's gonna come and share the stage to talk to us today. So I'd like us all to give a massive 10 out of 10 round of applause as I give the stage over to Miguel.
Well, thanks. I'm super excited to be here today. I love React Day Berlin. I love Berlin. I love React. And React is awesome. I mean, it provides the fundamental building blocks for creating a splendid application from scratch, allowing you to choose each ingredient step by step. It's sometimes working with React, it feels like making a pizza. You have some basic constraints, such as its shapes and the traditional method of building it. And by incorporating all your functionalities, components, dependencies, libraries, and logic, you end up with your perfect pizza. But a few months later, that once glorious and beautiful pizza transforms into this. Yeah, but with React. Who has experienced this? Raise your hand. Almost everyone. Yeah, that's typical. And David Lord once said that programs, like people, get old. We can't prevent aging, but we could try to limit its effects. So, too long, didn't read the blog quote. Software tends to degrade over time. Within 20 minutes, I'll be sharing best practices, insights, and common pitfalls related to 5 distinct React topics. First, we would talk about component performance, state management, testing and accessibility, logic business, and finally, files, folders, and code structure. So, in short, a few React best practices. Guten Morgen. Wie geht es dir? My name is Miguel Ángel Durán, and ich komme aus Barcelona, Spain, and this is all the German that I know, so sorry for sorry because I tried hard. Bitte. I create content about web development in YouTube and Twitch. Just in case you want to start learning Spanish, who knows? You can find me in YouTube with midu.tube or on Twitch, midu.live. A bit about myself. I have over 15 years of experience in software development. I may look young, but I'm approaching 40. I've been working with React for 7 years now, starting with the infamous Create class. Anyone tried Create class from here? Yeah, a few of you, yeah. I'll give you a hug after the talk. Fortunately, we've moved past that era. My most recent role was as front-end lead at Adevinta Spain, where I spent 5 years. There we undertook the significant task of migrating a monolithic application to a new React application. And a year ago, I made the leap from my day-to-day job to focus on creating content on Twitch and developing my own products. So before starting, because I want to acknowledge that discussions about best practices can often ignite passion. I mean, and that could be cool, but sometimes even a bit of fanatism. So best practices from 5 years ago or today are not the same as maybe they would be in 2 weeks, 1 month, or 1 year later. These practices might evolve over time, or they may not be applicable to your specific use case, because context matters. Factors such as team expertise, organizational structure, the libraries in use, the need for rapid iteration, even at the cost of technical debt, all play a role. So, even if you disagree with some of these practices, which is completely fine, I encourage you to remain open-minded and make your own. I'll skip over some of the more common known best practices for React applications, okay? And let's begin with state management. I'm pretty sure that you know this library logo, Redux. It's everywhere and in every code base. And the most simple use of useSelector to extract a state from the store would be this one. And we import the hook from React Redux and use it to access the specific slice of a state we are interested in. And as we could observe, even with the simplest component, simpler component, our component becomes intertwined with the React Redux package. This approach is manageable for small projects or maybe medium-sized projects, but could be pose challenges as the project scales up. If you want to change to Substance, somebody could think about use find and replace, but it's not that easy because you have a tons of results, and it has some drawbacks because you could miss some files. It's a manual process, a lot of file changes, and even maybe it's too complex because some components like this one, it's even for a small component, it's bloated with numerous references to Redux. So one piece of advice for best practices on React would be to grab your state library with your own hooks. It's advisable to encapsulate your state library because then, and this is applicable to any library, because it ensures a more streamlined and adaptable integration of state management within your application. So obviously, you could create a custom hook, and that would be something like that. And the most important thing is not even the custom hook, but the naming of it. Because if you notice the name of the hook, it doesn't specify how or from where we are extracting the data, but rather focus on the data itself. And when we are using it, we are removing any specification of React Redux. And even if we check the most complex example in this instance, the improvement is going to be significant. We move from this, that is super bloated with React Redux code, to something like this. Now it is understandable. It doesn't care about where are getting the data, and it's focused in a few lines of code. So do not leak your library across all your components. Avoid this kind of custom hooks of use store, use local storage, use fetch, and instead focus on your data. And name your custom hooks in order to change the implementation, and don't even have to go to every one of your components to move from one library to another. Now, talking about component performance, use memo and use callback are designed as performance optimization tools for React applications, but I would say that they should be used only when truly necessary. And I mean, a lot of times on my last company, we had a lot of code like this one. They are utilizing the use memo hook to prevent recreating posts on every render if the posts remain unchanged. And this approach could make sense sometimes for some specific cases, but the problem is that sometimes you find something like this inside a component. The issue arises because the same component is using one use callback and use memo 4 times. And this overuse complicates readability, adds unnecessary complexity, and in some instances doesn't result in a tangible performance improvement. So what can we do? We could wait for React Forget, the new compiler that React team is working. It's still under development. It was announced in 2021, and it's designed to automatically memorize our components and functions. 3 months ago, they shared a small update that they are still working on it. I don't know if it's going to be launched any day, but another possible solution could be consider using Million. Million is a virtual DOM replacement for React, and you don't need to change or add complexity and lines of code in your code base, but instead it offers a significant performance improvement automatically. So it compiles, it adds like a wrapper in some components, and it improves their performance, and you don't have to change anything. You don't have to add use memo or use callback. It doesn't do the same, but the performance improvement is considerable. What I want to share is this kind of phrase that is super important. Premature optimization is the root of all evil. The piece of advice here is that you have to profile from the dev tools to identify which components are being re-rendered. But not only that, but also check the cost of it. Because sometimes, even if it takes 1 millisecond or even less, it doesn't make any sense to put more code in order to try to fix something that is not a problem. Talking about testing and accessibility, consider an application using Amazon as an example. If you were limited to performing just one type of testing, which would it be? Unit tests, integration tests? The obvious choice would be an end-to-end test. If you only have one test in your application, it should be an end-to-end test. And currently, there's no excuse for not implementing some end-to-end tests in your application to critical functionalities. Nowadays, these tests are faster than some years ago, and they are more affordable. And we have some tools like Playwright that they are mind-blowing. For example, they have this Visual Studio Code extension where you open your website, and while you are navigating your website and you are trying it, your application, then it's writing for you all the code. And even the API is super awesome because it's super similar to React testing library that I think and I find that is the best API for testing for React applications. And also about accessibility, a lot of times people don't care about accessibility. Sometimes it's because we are, I don't know, ignorance, maybe we are lacking information about how to fix those things. My recommendation would be to install this package, xcore/React. It's super easy to understand. It's straight to the point. And I'll show you how to configure it and the information that you are going to grab. You could create a method to report accessibility issues like this one. The only thing is that it's going to be executed on client and on development mode. And we're using some dynamic import needed, dynamic import to only import those dependencies for development. So we avoid adding to the bundle, to the production bundle, these packages. Then, in your entry point, you should use this new method, 2 lines of code, report accessibility, and then pass the React instance really to the method. And that's the information that you are going to get. You are going to get in the console log, you are going to get some issues, serious issues, moderate issues, and not only the typical issues that you could find in the Lighthouse, which they are cool, but some more interesting even for the semantic of the HTML, the missing area roles, and much else. Talking about logic business, normally, if we see a use effect in a component, it could be a smell of something. It's not a silver bullet, but it might be an indicator that it could be a refactor into a custom hook. This is a typical example of usage of use effect, and we could extract it to a custom hook. And even we could go further using use query from React query in order to avoid the need to manually manage states for loading, error, and data. But sometimes custom hooks are not enough, at least for bigger apps, for enterprise apps. So the idea would be to extract your logic from components. So one idea would be we have this custom hook, use real estates. We are grabbing real estates. But consider this scenario, a custom hook that is burdened with numerous responsibilities, like validation of the data, of the input, data fetching, and the mapping. And what is even worse is when we're trying to extract logic from our React components, and we end doing something like this. It seems that it's better, but the problem is that we are passing as parameters a way to update our local state. So our logic should be agnostic to the framework, and this is not. This would be a little bit better. We have something that is completely agnostic to React. So we could use this to React Native, Vue, Angular, well, maybe not for Angular, because we don't use Angular, but, but for any framework, even for vanilla JavaScript. But you could go one step more using clean architecture. Sometimes clean architecture could make sense if you are working in a very big company. If you are only a team of 3, maybe it's not. It could be our engineer. But in a company with hundreds of developers, it could make sense to create value objects and entities based on the domain-specific design, repository interfaces in order to be able to change from your API repository or maybe local storage repository or directly to database repository. You could create your own API repository and even create a service that you could inject if you are using the API repository or you are using a mock repository. So this is great because this is helping to test our logic business without the need of thinking about React. The logic business is the most important thing that you are going to have because React, I hope that it's going to be alive for a few more years, but the logic business is what is making money for you. And you could move your logic business to a different library, even for different devices, applications, and so on. And have you seen this image on Twitter, right? It was the meme. And the problem with this kind of images is that it lacks context. This is the possibility that you could do with Next.js now, with React, with the form actions. But the thing is that you are able to extract this to a different file. You are not forced to do this inline inside the button. In this case, you are able to extract all the logic of the server actions, and you could do some validations. You could do everything. And the only important thing is that you use the useReducer magic string on the file. And then it becomes invisible to the client bundle. The last thing is files, folders, and code structure. It's super interesting because there are tons and tons of articles on the internet talking about this. And it's normal because it's a challenge. It's super important about the context of each application and because everyone has a different opinion of it. But one thing that is, for me, super, super important, if you check this code, appears to be fine, but there is a subtle bug that could cause your continuous integration system, particularly if it's based on Linux, to fail. And it's super hard to see. And I know by experience that it could take hours to get the error. The problem with this code is this. The thing is that Unix systems are case sensitive, whereas Mac systems, that is the one that we're using, except this one that is using Adele, are case insensitive. So my hot take about this is avoiding camel case for file names and folders. Prefer kebab case even for React components. And I know that this is not popular. I know it. A lot of people now are taking photos. I know about it, but I thought, like some years ago, that the perfect case for React components were Pascal case. And after that, I was like checking a lot of repositories on GitHub about popular projects like Next.js, and they are using kebab case for all their files, even React components. And if you don't like Next.js or Vercel because, I don't know, peanuts, even Remix in their repository for components, they are using kebab case. And that is not why they invented it. I mean, there is a reason behind this. So I know that it could be hard, but for me, it's not negotiable. Another thing is always using import alias to enhance maintainability of the code. Import aliases enable you to avoid using relative paths in your imports. So this kind of code that are super hard to read and understand where they come from, they become from this to this. It much clearer by utilizing import aliases. And finally, talking about folder structure. This is the classic folder structure. I mean, it's fine. It's good for a lot of things. It's perfect for small and medium projects. But when things get bigger, it's hard to scale. There's a different kind of folder structure that is super interesting for big and huge projects, and is that your architecture should inform readers about the system itself, rather than the frameworks and dependencies that you are using. In the classic one, you have even a folder that is called Redux. So in this case, if you are I don't know, building a healthcare system, then new programmers view the source repository, and their initial impression should be, oh, this is a healthcare system. Some drawbacks, of course. The learning curve is complicated, the initial overload, the duplication risk, because maybe you duplicate some components. But at the end, for huge projects, it's a must. And in 20 minutes, it's complicated to talk about all the best practices on React. I try to share some based on my knowledge and my experience. But the most important thing is that you don't have to be afraid of changing your mind. For me, for example, it was like the case for file systems or components on the React applications. And sometimes it's only about checking, trying, and trying again. Before we go, one more thing. I would like to invite you to check Advent.js, an Advent calendar with challenges for JavaScript and TypeScript, developed with React, of course, available in English, Portuguese, and Spanish. But if you ask me to translate it to German, I will do it. Well, I'm not doing it. It's doing ChatGPT. But Dankeschön.
Thank you very much, Miguel. Please step into the Q&A podcast chair.
What makes Buñuel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
I don't know the word in English, but it's like some kind of pepperoni, but it's like a butter with honey and cheese.
Awesome. We've run out of time, but people want to find out more. Someone was asking about the GitHub. They can find you over at the speaker Q&A and discussion room.
Awesome.
And where can people find you online?
MiddleDev, everywhere.
All right, check him out. Give him a round of applause.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
All right, so we're going to take another short break while you can go grab a coffee, rehydrate, and also if you want to move to the other track, feel free to do so, and we'll be back in just a few.
What makes Buñuel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
What makes Buñuel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
All right, everybody, we are going to continue with more amazing content over here at React Day Berlin. Want to shout out to one of our sponsors who have made this day possible, Hansen Table. They are a data grid with spreadsheet superpowers, so you can check them out. As always, we want to hear from you, so make sure you ask questions in the Slido. Feel free to scan the QR code on stage or go to 0812. All right, it's time to meet our next speaker. And funny enough, I was just talking to my speaker a couple of minutes ago, and I was like, oh, where are you from? Because I know he's from England, and I'm from England. We're like, from London. I was like, oh, I'm from London too. Where in London? Oh, technically, I'm not in London, I'm in Surrey. I'm in Surrey too. Where in Surrey? Oh, I live in this small town called Work. What? We live like a couple minutes away from each other. And it just shows you that there are people of like mind around you who you can share a lot with. Talking about sharing with, this person is going to talk about how you can share information with documentation. Eddie is an open source full stack and DevRel expert. He has experience in JavaScript, TypeScript, SQL and NoSQL, automation testing and DevOps. But one of my favorite things is he runs a community of people educating them, and it's called the Eddie Hub. I really like that name. He's a GitHub star and wonderful with sharing about open source. Can we all give it up for Eddie? The stage is yours.
Thank you so much for that warm welcome. Well, hello, React Day Berlin. My name is Eddie Jowd, and I'm super excited to geek out with you today on docs with MDX and how it can be a game changer for your project. We all want good documentation, but it seems that not many people want to write it. I get frustrated when docs don't exist. And I also get frustrated when they have a hello world example. I want a real world example. But you know what really, really gets me? When the documentation is incorrect and out of date. And unfortunately, it happens too often. And let me just clarify. By good, I just mean correct, up to date, and it looks nice. I don't think that's too much for us to ask. I mean, who likes reading good documentation? Let's have a show of hands. I mean, hopefully most of us. Great, thank you so much. Great to see you all awake as well. Like I said, nothing fancy, it's what we expect. I mean, who likes writing documentation? Okay, a few people, some people unsure. Okay, well, hopefully we can improve those numbers by the end of my talk. Docs are just as important as code. And if there's one thing you take away from this entire talk, please remember that. We might not treat it like that, though. We don't get the same buzz. And also, we don't get the same street cred from our peers as well. I mean, when someone says, I wrote this cool feature, I used library X, and everyone's like, oh, yeah, great. And if someone says, I documented feature X, literally silence, you don't get that same street cred. And I think that has a role to play as well. But hopefully we can all agree that documentation is important and it's our responsibility to have good documentation. Tests are also really important, but that's a separate discussion, and we did chat about that yesterday here at Test.js. So I believe every pull request that has code changes should also have tests and docs as well. Why? Because everything should be reviewed. What is worse than no documentation? Yes, there is something worse than no documentation. Out-of-date documentation. Why? Because people trust it. So when something goes wrong, it's even more painful. We're guiding people down the wrong path. So no docs can actually be better. People know to go look at the code or try and figure it out or phone a friend. Have you ever ridden a bicycle with no brakes? I actually have. Earlier this year in Bangkok, we're at a hotel, we want to go to the park, and they said, I can borrow our bikes, but they have no brakes. But because we knew it had no brakes, we went slower. I made sure Sarah went in front so I could use her to stop. No, I'm just kidding. But if a bike has brakes, you expect them to work. And the same with documentation. I mean, how many of you have seen this before? I'm sure you've seen this a lot of times. My cool project and then no documentation. So that's one scenario. Another scenario is docs with missing steps. So hopefully some people can shout out what the 2 steps are missing here. Yes, so before install dependencies, navigate into the new directory that was created by the git clone, and then install dependencies, and then run npm run dev. So there's nothing wrong with this. This isn't incorrect. It is just missing some steps. So if someone gets an error on that second step and Googles it, they're probably going to get, try install dependencies. OK, package.json not found. Right, navigate into the directory, install dependencies, and they'll get there because this is great. And by the way, you'll see this on so many open source projects. So it's a great way to contribute is to go through the documentation and don't make any assumptions, because if you're familiar with projects like this, then you'll know what commands to run. But people who are new to tech or new to the project won't. So it's a great way to get into open source. This is a really crude example, so just take it with a pinch of salt. But it has the 2 missing steps from the last example, but the last step is incorrect. And I've actually seen this on a project. And it's interesting to what people try. They might put sudo in front of it to see if that helps. But when they Google that 4th command, they're going to get run npm run build. And then this command's going to work. The problem is, they haven't solved the problem. They've just got it working for now. But when they make code changes in the development environment, this isn't going to work. They're not going to see the reload, and they're not going to see their changes. So incorrect docs, hopefully that demonstrates that it's worse. So if docs are so important, why are they not treated as importantly as code? Docs can make or break a project. I've seen projects do well because of good documentation. And I've seen really, really good projects do badly because of bad documentation. Onboarding is really important. It's the first impression that someone gets of your project. It is their first experience. And word of mouth is so important in our industry. If you ask someone, what library should you use, and they said, well, this library is really lightweight, really fast, but, it's terrible to use. It took me hours or days to get set up. You're probably not going to give it a try, let alone use it in your project. Where if someone said, it's a bit of a big project, it's a bit bloated, but the documentation is great. You can get up and running in minutes. I guarantee you're going to give it a try, and you'll probably end up using it for a lot longer. So word of mouth is really, really important. I mean, have you heard of DX, developer experience? I'm guessing we have. Perfect. And it is real and does exist. So I want to show one last real-world example. So which one would you prefer to get into? Let's imagine you're dressed nice and smart to come to an awesome conference like React Day Berlin, and both these cars pull up. Ignore that the car on the right's German. We won't have any bias to awesome German cars. But if the one on the left pulls up, you're going to assume you're going to get dirty when you get in, or inside is probably dirty, whereas the one on the right, you think probably got air conditioning or heated seats, it's going to be really nice. And so your quick start guide on your project is really important because it's the impression that people are going to get of actually your full documentation. So we all want good docs. And just one last question, is there anyone here who wants bad documentation? Someone raised their phone to take a picture, but I thought they were raising their hand. I was like, I wasn't expecting that. OK, perfect. So no one wants good documentation. Someone wants bad documentation. So we don't want bad documentation. And when I say we, I include myself in this. Why don't we write good documentation? I think it's because the developer experience of writing the documentation is bad. So if we take a step back, before having good documentation, we need to write good documentation, and that experience is really important. So I mentioned DX from the perspective of consuming documentation. Let's look at it from writing documentation. I think that's even more important. Is it in the same repo, or do you have a separate workflow? Like, is it in a separate wiki where you have to submit your PR, it gets merged in, and you have to think about documentation later on? I mean, let's face it. If it's painful to do, as developers, we're not going to do it. I mean, that's why our Jira tickets never get updated. You have to log into another platform, and yeah, you know the story. I mean, does it use Markdown, or does it use a drag-and-drop WYSIWYG or another technology? I think this is what we need to do in our projects to make it a lot better. A single workflow where a pull request contains docs and tests. And plus, let's face it, documentation written by the author is only a good starting point. It's never going to be the best documentation because we make assumptions, as we saw earlier on. We miss steps. And so therefore, it can get reviewed, people can ask questions, and we can make it better. We do forget to include documentation, even if it is in a single workflow. I know I do. So we also have like a checkbox. Have I updated the documentation? It's not bulletproof, but it does help us remember when we create a pull request to check and give it a tick. And if we don't give it a tick, maybe the person reviewing will also think to check, well, you haven't updated documentation. Maybe you should with these code changes. Markdown. Markdown is a lightweight markup language. You all know that. I'm sure you use it all the time. I think it's great. I think it's awesome. We use it on GitHub issues, in comments, in pull requests. We all love Markdown. I mean, people even write blogs with it. But it has its limits. This is where MDX comes in. MDX is a superset of Markdown and lets you write JSX within your Markdown files, which is so cool. So I found that MDX helped us achieve what we needed. It had that balance. We can customize the Markdown output. Lots of libraries do that. That's great. It's really easy to use, I think. We can also reuse our Markdown files in multiple places. So you can link to a separate page, but maybe a small bit of Markdown documentation doesn't require its own page. So you can import it and include it in your other Markdown files, which is awesome. We can even reuse our components from the project. So we can make it look similar. Our documentation will look very similar to our actual project. We can loop over data from our config file, expose session data or environment variables, hopefully nothing secret, but you get the idea. And it's even possible to personalize the documentation. So if some documentation is saying, I don't know, you need to call this bit of code with your project ID, you can actually put your their project ID or whatever ID in the documentation, which I just think is super, super awesome. Again, it's that developer experience. I mean, this is Markdown that you're all familiar with. We see an image. We see inline code, bold, italics, quotes. I mean, you're all familiar with this. We're at a React conference, so you're all probably familiar with this as well. I see a few people nodding. Awesome. I'm not going to go through it. But we can combine them. So now we have the two hashes, which is our h2 in HTML, gets converted. And then we have our alert component from our project. We haven't made this alert component specifically for our documentation. This is an alert if we get a form, submission incorrect or whatever it is. So, and then we've got more Markdown. So it is super, super consistent. And this is what it will look like. And you'll see it's very similar to the rest of our project. But I know what some of you are thinking. Some of you who have spent a bit of time in the documentation world will be thinking, Eddie, what about ASCII docs or ASCII Doctor? I love those tools, by the way. They are absolutely awesome. However, it's a lot for the team to learn. It's a whole other kind of markup to learn, and it's got lots of functionality. People write books with it. It's great. But the onboarding process for the team is a lot more difficult. And also, I found it's a lot more difficult to integrate into the project directly as well. And again, just to prove it to you that what gets generated in the HTML, the output, it's H2, H3, and a list and so forth. So nothing too fancy. So I want to mention that not only including components, but you can add additional functionality. So this is a code block. We used our triple backticks, maybe added JSON at the top, at the end of the 3 backticks to give us syntax highlighting. But what do we notice? We notice at the top right is a copy button. So we can actually add functionality to our documentation as well. So I feel MDX gives us that balance between what we're familiar with and also flexibility as well. I know what you're all thinking. How difficult is it to get set up? I want to give it a try today. Well, if you take 1 minute out of your lunch break, you could give this a try. You could create a new Next.js project, or you could add it to your existing Next project or React project, or any other project for that matter. Really straightforward. You install the MDX dependencies for the library or framework that you're using. And then for the Next.js project, you need in the root of the project mdx-components.js, and in this example, we're just returning the default HTML that gets generated from the Markdown, and we're going to customize that shortly. And then we've got our Next.js config to use with MDX. I did mention about customizing it. So with that file, that component that's in the root of your project, you can see here we've customized the H1 and the image, and it's really straightforward. It's syntax that you're already very familiar with. This is a real-world project. So the reason why I'm showing you this is on the left, you can see the code to generate this page on the right. But if you look at the bottom on the left, you'll see it has layouts. So now on the right, before I was just showing you the actual output, but you can see the full page. We've actually got navigation. So now, again, it's included in our project. It's treated just like code, and to the user, it also looks part of the project as well. Okay, so plugins. There are so many plugins you can use with MDX, and we all love plugins, right? We add loads of plugins to all our projects. Like Remark, Rehype, what do these things do? They do like syntax highlighting for your code blocks. You can do line numbering. You can embed social posts, charts. You can even use front matter. That's where, for those of you who've used Jekyll before, you can put the YAML config at the top as well. I mean, you can even load remote content Obviously, you need to be a bit careful in terms of security, but you can do that as well. I mentioned testing earlier before. I want to briefly touch on it again. Some challenges. So it is a great tool. I highly recommend using it, but it's not perfect. Nothing ever is. Make sure you have tests that just check that the page loads on all your documentation. Just check that the title appears and there's no error. I found sometimes some VS Code plugins, when you hit save on those files, it gets a bit confused and might add 3 extra backticks is a bug I had recently. I don't know why, at the bottom of the file. So just check that they load and doesn't break. So at the end, you usually say conclusion, takeaways, etc. To be honest, I want to say this is the beginning. Maybe it's the beginning of docs-driven development. DDD, okay, DDD's been taken. We'll workshop that. We'll work on it. But docs are really, really important. And the developer experience of writing documentation, I think, is even more important. I recommend keeping docs in the same repo, have pull requests, have those documentation changes as well. Treat docs like code, reward it just like code as well. I love bad docs was never said by anybody, so you'll never hear that. I don't think we'll ever hear that. Docs-driven development. Why not write the docs first? I will leave you with that thought. If any of you want to geek out with me, please, I love questions. Ask me questions at the end or afterwards. If you want to connect with me on socials, this is my BioDrop QR code. You can get my YouTube, Twitter, Eddie Hub that was mentioned earlier as well. I'm full-time on the open source project BioDrop, so you want to geek out with me. I know Julia helps me with accessibility and has done some amazing pull requests, so thank you so much, Julia, as well. But yeah, come and geek out with us. Thank you so much, everyone, for not falling asleep.
Thank you. Thank you, Eddie. Please take a seat in the...
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
What makes Brunel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
What makes Brunel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
To speak to speakers so that you can get coins for the treasure hunt to win awesome prizes. But with that, head over to the coffee break. We have 3 catering spots in these sides, and we'll see you just after the break.
What makes Buñuel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
What makes Buñuel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Hey everyone, how is everyone feeling? Better? Okay, there's a lot of emotion in this room. I did not expect that. Okay, so I'm the other MC. I am really sorry I'm not gonna rap. I am way too white for that. That's not gonna happen. And if it did, it would just be very, very sad. Which probably would be good for you, but terrible for my... I was gonna say reputation, but I don't have one, so that doesn't matter. Okay, cool. So, about the dinner, do not forget there are 3 catering spots, and make sure to check which one is yours, because you don't want to wait an hour for food. We don't want you to wait an hour for food, so that will be better. Then, if you have other friends, you can all join afterwards. Just please, I don't want to wait an hour for food. That would be great. Okay, so, we have the next speaker. Oh. There we go. Okay. Who in here uses React Native? Okay. Do you tend to keep it up to date? No, I'm actually serious. Okay. Who usually keeps it up to date? There's a joke in this, people. You gotta lead me in. Okay. Who in here usually tries to keep it up to date? Okay, so you're gonna hate the next speaker. So we're gonna get Nicola up on stage, and he's gonna be talking about the day he broke React Native and made everyone cry. So please welcome Nicola.
Hi, everyone. So today, I want to tell you a story. It's a story of a rainy November day from last year. I was in Seattle. If you have ever been to Seattle, please make sure you check out the Starbucks Reserve Roastery. It's like a special Starbucks where they do like coffee tasting. If you're into coffee, you definitely want to check it out. And I was there. I was like checking my email, checking my GitHub notifications. And yeah, like everything looked great. But then people started messaging me that for some reason their builds, their React Native builds, were broken. And well, I was in Discord, so let me check what actually is going on. And on React Native, you will run Android to run the Android app. And people started reporting like error messages out of the blue. In a really terrible way. Like, imagine your build was working 1 minute ago, then you build again, you don't make any code changes, and your build is broken. This is terrible from the developer experience point of view, and obviously should not happen. Then we started looking into like, hey, why those builds are actually breaking? And we realized that in the error message, there was a mention of an upcoming version of React Native. Like 0.710 RC0, even for users that were on previous versions of React Native, like on 68 and 69 and so on. At that point, we realized, yeah, I think we have a problem. And I personally had a really big problem, because I was supposed to fly back to London in a couple of hours. So, OK, how do we fix it? So my name is Nicola Corti. I work as an Android engineer in the React Native team at Meta. And today, I'm excited to tell the story of the day when I broke React Native. So to fully understand what was this, I will walk you through what happened, like what was the real incident, why it broke, and how we actually fixed it. So the disclaimer here is, well, the incident was on Android, but we effectively broke the build for everyone. So, well, not many people here use React Native, but trust me, there is a lot of lessons learned that applies to any technology out there. So let's start from what happened. So inside React Native and inside the React Native team, we have this group of people called the release crew. They are responsible of crafting new releases of React Native every 4 to 6 months. And what they do, they launch this script from the console, which is called bump OSS version, with the upcoming version that they intend to release. Whenever we cut a new branch, we do the RC0, which is the first release candidate. The first release candidate is generally unstable. Like, we just cut it and we send it out to the market so that people can start testing it and tell us like if there are integration problems or regressions. So 071, which was released beginning of this year actually, was quite big, and there were like a lot of changes inside. One change which is really relevant for this incident is this RFC 508, which is out of NPM package solution for React Native artifacts. So practically speaking, the NPM package of React Native was getting too big. Like, we could not fit there anymore, and I will get into it in a minute. But we had to find like an alternative solutions where the Android artifacts could be shipped. When you do native, you don't just distribute code, you distribute binaries, and those binaries get quite big, and they can get like hundreds of megabytes. So we decided to move the Android artifacts from the NPM package to Maven Central, which is where Android libraries are generally distributed. So this website, which is quite archaic by judging by the amount of CSS they use, is actually Maven Central. So it's nothing more than basically an S3 bucket where Android libraries are stored. And this is where like React Native is actually stored, and people that build React Native gets it from there. And if you look into the list of versions, you will actually see that, well, we used to publish on Maven Central back in the day. Like, if you look at the versions, between 0.11 and 0.20, which is like 2015, 2016, we used to publish there. But then at some point, we moved over because publishing on Maven Central was too complicated. And so we said, like, OK, let's just do a monolith package, and let's put everything inside the React Native package. Well, then we had to revert this decision because the package was getting too big, and we published 0.71, 0RC0, which you see just below there, published on November 2022. Here. So, like, let's try to understand why the incident happened in the first place, because so far, like, it seems reasonable. No, like, we were publishing on Maven Central in the past. We are going back there because the package was getting too big. Why things broke? So let's go back to this RFC, and let's look closer inside the NPM package. As I said, the Android folder was the biggest offender here. Like, we're talking about 66 megabytes, and in 0.71 we were adding like debug symbols and more things to do, like to improve the Android developer experience, which made the NPM package get bigger. It was getting beyond 200 megabytes. Fun fact, you can't publish NPM packages which are above 220 megabytes or so, because NPM will return you HTTP 413 content too large. So yeah, NPM was just not an option. So we had to remove those binaries from the NPM package. The underlying issue that triggered this incident is what we called a plus dependency, which is really similar to a star dependency on NPM. So for Android, we use Gradle to build, and inside the Gradle file, we have a block where we describe what are our dependencies, like which libraries we want to depend on. And one of these is React Native. This string here is called Maven GAV coordinates. I know this is like really specific to Android, but it's also quite easy to understand. So GAV stands for group, which is the organization that is publishing a library. A for artifact, which is the name of the library, and V for version, which in this case was plus, which means just get the highest version ever that you find on any repository and use it. So Well, if we look into like, this is from the default template. So when you create a new React Native app, you will have like a Gradle file and things like those comments over here, which I think are a bit interesting. For example, there is one comment here just above that says, no inspection Gradle dynamic version. This is a suppression of a warning for the line just below. The line below contains a plus, which, well, in the Android space is an anti-pattern. Specifically, there is this page on the Gradle documentation, which is called handling version, which changes over time. So like dynamic versions. And only in the first, like if I take a screenshot of this page, they have 2 warnings that tell you like that dynamic versions are not great because they just lead to unreproducible builds. You're basically at the mercy of the library maintainer. If the library maintainer tomorrow publishes a new version, you're just gonna get it, and maybe your build breaks overnight. So not great, neither on NPM nor on any other platform that has similar concept. But why it worked? To fully understand, we need to see this other comment on the right, which says from node modules. So the plus dependency worked till React Native 0.70 because we were actually getting the dependency from the npm package. So if you start looking into what's inside node modules React Native and the Android folder, we will see that basically there we have a collection of artifacts. We have like a sources.jar, POM file, and so on. This is like Java stuff that is used to build the Android apps. I'm faking here a bit, like the list is actually quite longer. But regardless of that, this is the list of artifacts which is used by React Native to build an Android app. Like it's React Native, the core of React Native. And if you look on Maven Central, that's actually the same content. So we just moved that folder from node modules to another repository. So now maybe you start understanding why the problem happened. The problem happened because plus dependency means get the highest. And as long as you add only one version locally inside your node modules and one version on Maven Central, which was smaller, in this case 0.20, things worked fine. But if I publish something on Maven Central or any other repository which is a higher version, that version will prevail on every project on this planet. So people started grabbing that version, 0.71.0 RC0, which is not great. So let's look into how we actually fixed it. Like how can we sort of fix the builds for everyone out there? So yeah, you might think, OK, so I go inside my project, and I just remove the plus, no? I specify the version that I'm using, like 0.68, no? Like, I patch my local project. Well, that's true, but also a bit naive, because on React Native, we do have a lot of, like, as every node projects, we rely a lot on external dependencies. So for example, one really popular library for React Native is Reanimated, like an animation library. And they also have a Gradle file. And inside their Gradle file, they also depend on React Native. And, well, Reanimated doesn't want to depend on a specific version of React Native. They just want to get the one that the user is using. So they also have a plus dependency in their Gradle file. That means that even if your project specifies 68, Reanimated would say, like, no, not 68. Give me the highest. I want the one. So basically, every library was contributing to breaking the project even further. So how we fix it? I was basically on the plane, like waiting to depart, and I opened a GitHub issue trying to explain like what is the problem, and with a combination of patch packages and so on, how we can effectively mitigate this issue on your project. But this was not ideal. Like the fact that you had to use patch package or do like crazy editing in your node modules folder is not ideal. Like you should not be doing that. So together with the rest of the release crew and folks from the community, we released patches for all the versions of React Native down to 0.63. And this was quite of a big effort, because imagine that you have like a branch for a release that you did like 3 years ago. You don't know if the CI is working. You don't know what's the status there. And you want to attempt to release a new version from there. Not easy. Well, we made it, and we really went the extra mile. Like, people worked overnight to fix it so that you will just have a patch version of React Native containing only the fixes necessary to sort of resolve the issue. And we went down to 63 because we keep an eye on the market share of the various versions of React Native that you folks download from NPM. And 63 allowed us to cover 99% of the downloads. So basically, we were able to sort of fix it for everyone. The definitive fix, actually, was to reach out to Sonatype, which is the company that is running Maven Central, and ask them to remove the artifacts. This took a little bit longer, like took 2 days, because initially we thought, like, okay, they're never gonna remove that. Like, Maven Central is an immutable data store. Like, you're not supposed to delete libraries. But in this case, this was the only solution to this problem. So they helped us a lot also in fixing this. So now I want to share a couple of lessons learned, like things that me and the rest of the release crew and the React Native team take home from like this experience. So first, a lot of the a lot of those plus dependencies have been removed. Like, we have fixes in place inside our both Android and iOS infrastructure to prevent similar problems, like this one. And we also looked into implementing what is called a release support window. So historically, you were recommended to be on the latest React Native version, which, works, but that's not always possible because your project might lag behind a bit. So now we are more intentional on which versions of React Native are actually supported. So if you look into the React Native releases working group for React, you would see that we declare which versions of React Native we support. And with we support, we mean that if you find a bug in one of that version, we are committed to fixing it and releasing a patch for you. This covers nearly 75% of the market share so far. And this allows to cover an entire year of releases. So that means that although you should update your React Native version and any version of dependency that you use, you have 1 year window to be able to always receive patch and security patches and so on. Another thing that we learned is the incident response time. And I personally think that we were quite slow to respond here. The problem is that this was an open source incident. We don't have any telemetry on React or React Native, so we don't know how things are going for you. We don't know if your builds are broken. We don't know which dependencies you use, and so on and so forth. So the fact that someone told me that their build is broken, I don't have a sense that this means that every build in the planet is broken. So I want to touch a little bit on the incident culture at Meta to let you understand how we try to integrate within the Meta culture and the open source space. So at Meta, we use SAV levels, which are a market standard to express the gravity of an incident. We have SAV 4, which is the lowest level, which is just an heads up. We open a SAV 4 incident whenever there is something that might break, but maybe not. For example, we did a huge migration of the monorepo structure of React Native, and whenever you move a lot of code, things can break. So that's why we open a SAV 4 for that case. We have SAV 3, which means significant problem, resolution is moderate or high priority. It's something broke, someone should look into it. SAV 2, which is major problem, resolution is very high priority, a significant group of people is affected. SAV 1, red alert, whole hands on deck. Generally one of the Meta product is down. And then SAV 0, which means company level crisis, multiple products are down or things are really red. In this case, this was a step 2, because we had like the entire React Native open source ecosystem broken, and we had to like get people woken up and find a fix as soon as possible. Another thing that we took home is libraries best practices. As I said before, libraries were contributing to exacerbating the problem here because of every library has their own bit logic, and they can do like basically what happens is that there are patterns in the community that they get copied over. Maybe you start a new library and you copy another library, and maybe there is an anti-pattern there that gets passed around in a group of libraries. That's why we are investing on Create React Native Library, which is our entry point to create new libraries. There is an RFC open on the website, which is the golden template for the Create React Native library. So we want to offer like better recommendations which are approved by Meta on how to create libraries for React Native that are resilient to incidents like this one. And then, well, a couple of other lessons learned which are like quite personal, but applies to everyone, I think. The day when this script was invoked, it was a Friday. So even if you're doing mobile, don't ship on Friday. And well, in this particular case, actually, if you look at the release branch of React Native 71, whenever you see a revert bump version number, it's an attempt to publish a version which failed and got restarted. Yeah, so to be fair, this release was supposed to be released on Tuesday, and then they went to Thursday, and then they went to Friday, and they assumed that everything would work. Well, that's not the case. I think that in this particular scenario, actually, the fact that we released on Friday was luck. Like, we got really lucky that an issue like this one arose over the weekend, so that we had time over the weekend to prepare patch releases for all the versions of React Native across the market. But if this would have happened on Monday morning, we would have disrupted the workflow of banks, of like people that are using React Native in production, and they cannot because of issues like this one. So I think now we don't do releases on Friday just to be safe. But in this particular case, we got lucky. And the other things is like, airplane Wi-Fi are really terrible, and make sure you don't have to deal with incident on a plane, because especially if you need to transfer like big binaries, like artifacts for mobile, well, it's going to take you ages. So if you're interested in learning more about this incident, we actually published a postmortem on the React Native blog. You can read it through. It goes in more details on like the technicalities of this problem. And with this, I want to thank you very much for listening.
Hey, thank you so much.
What makes Brunel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
What makes Brunel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com. Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
What makes Buñuel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Okay, so first, before we continue on to the panel, I want to thank Ably for sponsoring and making all of this possible, where you can build real-time. I'm still having my headphones here, aren't I? There we go. Build real-time chat that you can use with headphones. That was on purpose, yes. Okay, so also, no. Panel discussion. Yes, we have enough questions, I'm sorry. Like if you have any questions, please still send them, but I'm not sure we're gonna have any time. So, we have a bunch of people in the panel, so I first wanna call in Tejas, who literally does not need an introduction, because he has already been introductioned. You've been introduction, my man. Then I wanna welcome Elan.
The alien.
I tried so hard. Woo!
Alien! His name is Alien.
And your name is Tejas.
Tejas.
So, yes. Okay, and Miguel?
Miguel.
See, if the name's Spanish, I can say it. Sylvia, please.
Sylvia Vargas.
Which also sounds Spanish, but it's not. And Mark Erickson, please.
Es Mark.
Mark, you do not have one.
Thank you.
You don't have one.
Already.
You're sitting on it, dear. You do have. Okay, so if anybody wants some water, please. Okay, so how is everyone doing today?
So good. Good.
Okay, how many hours collectively have we slept?
3.
2.
Like 4, I think. Are you gonna be like 8 and just ruin the whole
like
thing
7.
for everyone?
Let's say 6.
Okay.
7-ish.
Okay, cool. No, it
Jealous.
keeps going up, which is interesting. Except Miguel, you kind of ruined it.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so I want to start with asking, what would you like to see from React in future versions? Which I feel like is the overarching question of all of this, right? So who wants to go first?
Oh, Christmas. So it's like a Christmas wish list, huh? Okay, great. So if I were writing my letter to Santa today, I would say that I would really like to see, it's going to be an unpopular opinion, so let's just start with a hot take immediately.
So then you forget about it, because then everyone else goes.
And actually, it is a thing that most probably people will forget about. I would like to see some level of support for accessibility. I know that generally this is something that always is overshadowed by performance conversations or whatever, CSS conversations. I would really like to see some React or Meta frameworks or the community encouraging, or even why just encouraging, forcing developers to care about accessibility, because it's kind of like shameful that we are in 2023 and we still don't care about that. Hot takes.
Yeah,
I don't think that's... It's sad that that's a hot take. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was actually also going to give a hot take. Stable features.
Oh my God.
Did you say stable?
Stable
Cannot
features.
do that.
I know, that's the whole problem, right? But yeah, there is a couple of things, and exactly like I agree very much with accessibility. I think it still has a problem there, but I do believe that it will improve in the future. And if they don't do it, then you all should do it because it's open source.
But also, Elian, you missed an opportunity to do a humble brag, because Astra has just shipped a wonderful accessibility DevTools.
Yes.
So a huge round of applause for Astra.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, but I was going to disclose that in my talk later today. So yeah, I guess you should still come. I still have other features shipped as well, so yeah.
Does anyone else want to go take a shot at it?
I would love to see React finally add a feature known as context selectors. So the current weakness of the React context API is that any component that reads from a context will re-render when it's updated, even if they only care about part of the value. And that's inherent in how the context API works. There's been proposals for a context selectors API floating around for years. There's even a proof of concept PR that Andrew Clark built back in like 2020 or so, but it's sitting there unused. There's no indication of when they might actually try to finish and build and ship this feature. The ironic thing is that if they actually ship this, it would remove one of the arguments in favor of Redux at this point, because Redux allows you to select just the data that you need, but it would still be a really, really useful feature to have, and it's kind of annoying me that they never got around to actually building this.
I'd like to see focus on bundle size, because the problem with React is that it's like the biggest framework library in the front-end web development, and it seems that it's lacking focus on removing features, deprecated features, like, I don't know, we have the default props and so on, that are adding some size to our bundles that we hope to remove. I like to see this kind of focus in order to improve the performance of our websites.
Wait, is React bigger than Angular?
Well,
in terms of community, yes.
and ecosystem.
Yeah.
Y'all know what I meant.
I have heard some early indications that the React team is actually starting to use the phrase React 19, Now, there's no indication when that'll actually ship, but it does look like they are actually working to remove some deprecated features when React 19 happens. Like I think string refs are finally going to go away. There are a few other. I've seen a few other bits and pieces of discussions of like this very old deprecated feature will be removed in 19. So a little bit of that, but I honestly don't know how much of an effect it'll have on bundle size.
Yeah. And another one that I think it's super important, even I'm not a big fan of web components, but I think it's super important that React allows a full compatibility to custom elements. I'm not a fan, but anyhow, we need this kind of support in order to provide this functionality to the community.
Well, I also think that it's like a loose end that we should just fix.
Yes.
As in, like, everyone is always like, oh, but you don't support webcam. Just fix that.
Not fully support, I mean, without problems, without corner cases.
And then you're just like, just do the thing. Like, then no one has anything to like point at.
I was going to say, I don't want to plug anything, but there is a solution, and it's called Astro.
What is your talk about today?
Astro?
That's all you can say is like Groot from the Marvel movie.
Oh, yeah, they pay my bonuses on how much I say at the word Astro.
What I'd like to see added to React, I think in the short term, I say short term because Meta's already using it, which is the forget compiler. I think that would immediately solve the discourse around like signals, no signals, like just everything's fine-grained. If it can work in production. But I think longer term, my talk about server components earlier, somebody was asking what are the limitations to deploying RC. Server actions is something that you just have to trust the framework around. And what I'd love to see in React is education, even demos about, or even better, the story of deploying it yourself becoming much more simpler. I think that is something, because React has always been include a JavaScript thing, have a Babel build system, and you're good. And now it's like you need someone to provision servers for you and then split out server actions from your on-click handlers and deploy them as serverless functions. And you're like, okay, what, how? And so that story around how server actions is split out, et cetera, to be more demystified and more accessible. I think this is an accessibility thing as well, and I'd love to see that get better.
I do want to say that I think React has gotten more complicated over the years in a lot of senses. That there are a lot of stuff that was added that is really good, but it's also incredibly complicated.
Yes.
As in, like, the curve went from like this to like this. Yes. So the next question that I would like to ask is, how do you feel like React is innovating in relation to other frameworks that exist? No name dropping, though. That is illegal. As in, like, the Polizei will come.
Yeah.
Mark, do you have thoughts, opinions?
So the React team has had a very specific vision for a number of years now around the entire concept of suspense. There's been the arguments back and forth about like, is Vercel driving React these days? And it's sort of the other way around. Like the React team, and really Sebastian in particular, has apparently had this idea of how they think they want apps to be built for years now, and they basically went over and convinced Vercel, here's what we want to do it, do you buy into our vision or not? I still very much struggle to try to wrap my head around all the implications of, suspense and streaming and transitions. Like I just haven't had enough reason to use them in practice myself. But it does seem to be a set of concepts that the React team came up with first, and they have this vision of where they want to end up and are pursuing it and building it out. And other frameworks are pursuing different ideas. And it is interesting to see just sort of like the divergence, but then also like the cross-pollination as those ideas go back and forth between different frameworks.
Yep.
Yeah, I think this is
mic a little bit.
Sorry, I think this is a really interesting topic because 2023 has been riddled with signals and fine-grained reactivity, right? Attila is sitting right over there. He does a great talk showing this curve of how Ryan Carniato basically just got everybody to use signals, which for those who aren't familiar, signals is a reactive primitive that updates just the value in place, versus React is not reactive because instead of updating a value in place, you call recursive functions throughout your application. And the React team, I remember there was a comment saying we're not excited about signals, we don't think it's ideal, and this led to a whole bunch of division. So I think React is innovating toward fine-grained reactivity, but I heard their argument firsthand from the team, which I think a lot of people have not, which is it's not that they're saying signals is bad, but it's more the vision for React is to be a developer experience tool above and beyond just a library. And as part of the ideal developer experience, you don't think about the implementation detail of use memo or use callback or create signal. Signals and use these are implementation details that ideally the library just solves for you. And that is the end to which React is innovating today. Is like you just write your app, you set state, and then just trust that this is going to happen as fast as possible. And that's the work with Forget. So the innovation is obfuscating more stuff, including signals, use memo, use callback, all of that goes hidden behind the Forget compiler, versus adding support for signals and runes, which the React team believes is an implementation detail. So in terms of direction of innovation, React is hiding more stuff to give you more convenience versus Solid, Quick, Astro are giving you signals like, hey, here's some lower level stuff that you can use.
I'm going to be brutal honest, I'm feeling that React is not innovating anything. But I mean, it's not a bad thing. Sometimes it's like we have to innovate, do more and new things. My feeling is that lately, from React Server Components, that's an idea from 3 years ago, 2 years ago, and still it's not everyone is comfortable with the idea. And my feeling is that it's okay. I mean, it's stable. It's something that people are using in their apps, and they need this kind of stability. And that's why another frameworks like Quick, which is great, they could try to innovate more because they don't have this kind of pain that they have to support. Even the idea of server actions, that we could say that it's something innovative, but we could think that Remix had something similar, and they are grabbing the idea. And even so, it's more something that you need a framework to do it.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to say that it's a bad thing, but I'm going to say that React is stable, and right now they are focusing on something different than in being innovative.
I also want to, I also was thinking about this, so thanks for raising the stability question, topic. I think that the fact that React is stable is actually a huge advantage. Yes. For a very long time, React was primarily thought about as like a rendering library, and thanks to that, it was very easy for, maybe it inspired the developers the React community to innovate. So because of that, because this one part was stable and not movable. Because of that, that gave space to innovate somewhere else, right? So for example, state libraries, state management, we had so many different approaches and so many different innovations that came out of the fact that React is stable. So I don't think that I don't think it's bad that the framework or library that so much of the internet depends on is not innovating in a crazy speed. Yeah. I think it's kind of okay.
Yeah, I'm going to cite an absolute veteran in the web industry, someone I look up to. His name is Jeremy Keith. You may or may not have heard of him. He has this amazing talk and idea where he presents like things on the web evolve in what he calls, and he cites this from a book, I can't remember the name, pace layers. So the more stable something is, the slower the pace of innovation. So HTML as the document format, some will say they don't innovate in HTML anymore.
Makes sense.
Right, and so as React approaches stability, exactly what you're saying. I think, yes, innovation has slowed, but that means stability has increased. It's an inverse relationship, and that's actually quite good if you think about it. Similarly with Astro, y'all are iterating rapidly. But it's just
the thing is that we'll see where we get when we are on version 18 or 19. The thing is, we all know that software gets more complex when it grows and when it gets bigger. And when you have thousands of users, it's different. You have to think about other things. You have to think about some browsers that you might have to support, all of that stuff. And if you think about React is still innovating, probably, but also they are still working on their internals, which probably take way more work than us with Astro 4 or that Quick with with Quick 2 or with Quick 1, whatever. Software is complex, I guess.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, there's, for example, JavaScript type of null is still object. because people have built stuff on this. You can't break it. That's why innovation has to slow. But also, there's new browser APIs coming, and I know for a fact React's internals are innovating to take advantage of those. There's a new thing called like message channel in the browser where you can form entangled channels for updates and things. And behind the hood, the scheduler is undergoing a lot of updates. We just don't see it because the whole point is to hide that behind great
Exactly,
PS.
that's what I mean. If you don't want to like play around with the compiler all the time or do put 1,000 settings in your compiler or in your config, you just want to work it out, well, that it works out of the box. And to support that and to make sure that it works in every case is a lot of work and a lot of internal work.
Yeah, when we are talking about tools that most of the internet depends on, we cannot be, aspirational about that. The innovation should remind us more of revolution. It should be an evolution, right? Because if you introduce breaking changes, that's gonna be, like even the community backlash. Imagine that, managing all the DMs, even that. Not to mention that half of most of the internet would stop working, right? So.
Yes, React breaks, a lot of the internet breaks. But if WordPress breaks, then all of the internet breaks.
Exactly.
Which is what I wish we would sort of do better as a community, is when something new comes out, there's so much hype. Server components, everybody has to go use it right now because it's sexy.
I'm going to tell you something. I've actually never used server components. I've tried it.
Yeah.
I was like, no.
Good. And that's how, I think you've talked about evolution, not revolution. We can't be like, there's new things, we have to use it. And I think that is, to go back to the first question, I think we need to get better at that as a community. Because now the discourse, I'm sure many of you here are feeling like, oh, server components is hot, I need to use it. You maybe don't, because it's evolution. I just want to.
I genuinely believe that as you get older as a human being, I'm not even kidding. You just like, you start being like, I just want it to work,
Exactly.
Like, what fuck is that? like it's not that you don't want things to be faster, you don't want things to be better, but I think you just kind of like, that kind of thing kind of dies out a little bit, and you just like, this looks cool, but like, that's it.
Yes.
I hope this makes any sense.
Yes.
To any people here.
Does it make sense?
Over 30.
And the people who are over 30, yeah.
For the older people, yes.
And do you wake up and your back hurts? That's the question.
Do you choose to stay in pajamas all day because you like comfort? That's the target audience.
Why are you
I
all
wear
so
shorts during the day,
That's
even
fine.
if it's like 5 degrees, because I'm like, I refuse to do pants inside the house. Nothing will cover the no. COVID has ruined me in other ways.
One other quick thought on Tej's thing there. So it's very true that there are a lot of new and exciting technologies coming out all the time. We still hear all the complaints about the JavaScript ecosystem is changing too rapidly. The thing that really frustrates me is when a new technology comes out and it's not just this is new, it's hot and trendy, you should try this out right now. It's when the discourse turns into tool X just came out and now it kills tool Y and it's dead and nobody should be using that anymore. No, like the existence of new tools does not invalidate all the existing tools. It does not mean your app is totally obsolete. It's possible that the new tool has some advantages over the existing tools, but it also has unknown trade-offs. In fact, we probably haven't found the weaknesses with a new tool yet. So it's always worth having an idea of what new tools or options or configuration settings are out there, but you need to kind of like look at them and evaluate them and see where they fit in and see if they even solve a problem that you actually have to deal with at all.
Like Stylex is cool, but Tailwind.
God, I love Tailwind.
Oh, no. We don't want to start a war here. Tejas.
But they give me the colors. I don't have to think about the colors. Okay.
Let's move on.
Let's move on, yes. I wanted to say something, but I forgot because you mentioned Tailwind, and I was like...
Ready to go.
Yes. Okay, I want to talk a little bit about meta frameworks. And my question is genuinely like, it's not are they bad or good, but more like, what do you think they bring to the table? As in, like, how do you think they innovate and help shape React?
Well,
I use Next.
Should we all start? Hi, I'm Sylvia, and I use no.
Again.
And then everyone responds, "Hi, Sylvia." No, let's. So when I was thinking about meta frameworks, I actually thought about that talk that Sebastian Mark Boge, or Mark Beige for the Westerners around us, he gave this talk in 2015. I took a note.
She has notes.
Dom as a second-class citizen. And he said, React is a tool for building your toolbox. It's not your job to come up with clever hacks to compose two wrong abstractions. Your job is to compose the right abstractions for the right job. And so I feel like when I was thinking about the meta frameworks, I thought that, okay, so there are those React parents who are observing us, trying to do something with React, and we are constantly building wrong abstractions after wrong abstractions, and now they are like, okay, you don't know how to use this toy. I'm taking it away from you. Now you can only play with this toy if you are using a meta framework. So this is how it appears to me. So I feel like meta frameworks are great when I know that the question is not good or bad, but fine. Yeah, they are great if they fit your use case. And they do that job really great, right? Really well. But typically, they are not entirely happy if you want to do something out of the box. Of course, you can, but okay, you're gonna struggle, and then maybe later on there's gonna be a new version, and you're gonna have to, rehack your hack and so on and so forth. So we all know that kind of story. But one thing that maybe is, let's say, an opportunity for innovation is that currently meta frameworks are, leaving some questions outside of the discussion. Like, for example, mobile-first apps, right? Or mobile apps. There isn't really a great solution for that, or single-page applications. So maybe I can say that it is the meta frameworks that are currently, on the market are maybe hindering innovation, but I want to think in these areas, but I want to think that it is actually just an opportunity for any of you to come up with your new shiny meta framework that will tackle those questions.
Well, one thing I will say is that what it does for me, using meta frameworks, it gives you everything that you need to just start quickly on something. And I do believe that they drive a lot of developer experience. Yeah. They give you a lot of the tools so you don't have to repeat, like React Router, who does that anymore? You just use Next.
Wow. It's true, though.
Wow. Sorry.
No, it's true.
It's true, right? It gives you everything out of the box. You can do anything by yourself, but it will take you so much time. And if you didn't just do npm install or whatever, just use... Yeah. Just use Next, whatever.
But the other side of that is the trade-off is convenience or control. They give you a lot of convenience, but sometimes you want to do something with a little bit more control, and you can't. And then you write hacks on hacks on hacks. So I think that's the real discussion: is how much control do I need? And ideally, you assess this with your team before, and then you make that decision. I have an issue. This is going to make me look really bad, but I don't like the term meta framework because it's
a better name.
It's a framework about a framework, but that posits that React is a framework, but it's a library. Don't hate me. We can discuss it after. I'm not going to get into that now, but React, I sort of feel inclined to die on the hill that React is a library. Next.js is a framework, and so a meta framework could be a framework on top of Next.js. Anyway, one final thing. You mentioned that native apps are left out of the store, mobile apps, and I think that's an excellent point. And I just want to mention that there's a framework, a meta framework, that's a framework, called GlueStack that is doing this thing. It's basically Next.js, but also with a React native output. So it's like web and native, and it's bridging that exact gap you mentioned. So I wanted to make everyone aware that that's a thing.
But I have to say that I agree with your point. I don't know why it's a hot take. React is a library because the vast majority... No, because of course, it's a library that is getting more complicated over the time. But the reality is that if you want to create the 95% of the applications or websites that are on the internet, you need a router, you need a server-side rendering, and from scratch, React is missing that. It's not the same in other frameworks.
That's what I mean.
So For me, it's not like meta framework. I don't like the word as well. And I think that's the point of React. It's the good thing that it's a library, that it allows you to evolve outside the library, like making it the foundation for whatever you want. You could create Astro and make it Astro framework agnostic or library agnostic, but use React for creating the components inside.
Foundation is actually a really good name for something like that. Yeah, Foundation.
I think it's that. React is a great foundation, and maybe there is some small use case to create a back office or maybe a demo, but the reality is that if you want to create a good website or application, in the 90% of the cases, you are going to go to Next.js, Remix, Astro, or some framework that is going to give you what you need to create a real product.
Correct.
This is the first time in my life that I feel like a well, actually. No, there was this discussion when we were writing the React docs. We had this discussion about how to approach this question. And actually, in the React docs, there's a page that says, well, it's both. It depends on how you use it. No, but really. Anyway, we can move on from the library or framework into the question of the innovation. Hit us, Sarah.
Oh, God. No, everyone is staring at me. Are there any interesting features that you've seen in frameworks? Yes, OK. Other frameworks. I'll just make everyone happy. Okay, in other places, like other frameworks, other meta frameworks, other whatever, that you think would be really good in React, and think that we have 2 minutes and 30 seconds. And it's ticking down.
Please, client directive from Astro, defer syntaxes from Angular 17. Both of them are great, are awesome. I hope that they come to React soon.
Yes, agree.
And also, I get the point that we don't want to mess up the DX, and we want to hide signals as a primitive that's lower level. Just give me signals and let me make that decision.
Yeah, I think there has to be like a middle ground of like, you can hide it, but if I want to touch it, let me touch it.
Give it to me. I want to reach it.
I want to touch it.
Right.
Yes.
So now I'm referring to React as an ecosystem and community. Yes. I like that Vue, for example, is independent and also very much community-driven.
Nice. Wow.
I would like to see that in React more.
That is fair, yeah.
It's not actually a feature, but I've always appreciated the way that the Ember community manages changes to their frameworks and tools and packages with a very well-written RFC system where there's actual discussion about how they want to work on the features, and then they manage to do things in kind of a very iterative process. I've always generally thought that's a great way to manage things. The React team treats their RFCs as we've tried this internally for the last 10 months. This is our design. You get a chance to comment why you don't like the name, and then we will ignore that.
Yeah, and to add to that, I think React itself as an open source project is kind of open source, but what does that even mean? I can't read the source. And I think that is my big ask, is if we can get the code to a point where I'm comfortable opening a pull request, that would be revolutionary.
I think that right now, I think there are two types of open source projects. I think you have open source projects and you have corporate open source projects.
Exactly.
And I think Vue is an actual open source project, for example, and I think React is not.
Yes.
I don't know if that's a hot take. I'll be here all day, but I will not contribute to React.
You can't. Not to underestimate your skill.
No, I also can't.
So I will.
Stupid. Is it because I'm a girl?
Exactly.
I'm canceled. Thank you. It's been nice.
I will absolutely agree that giving a real code contribution to the React code base is almost impossible.
Yes.
Because React's code base is extremely complex. The React team has a very specific vision of the features they want to build, and if the thing you're wanting to PR doesn't directly relate to that, then it's just kind of going to get ignored. The one caveat, counterexample though, so I work on Redux Toolkit, and my RTK co-maintainer, Lenz Weber, also works on Apollo, and he had a conversation with one of the React team members, Josh Story, recently, where he complained that there's a next specific feature that really ought to be in the React core to support streaming data. Josh encouraged him, go file a PR that builds the new built-in React hooks that you think ought to be in the React core. He was able to put together an early proof of concept PR. I don't know if he's actually filed it yet, but he's got the hooks working. Who knows if or when they'll actually be merged? But like, he actually got encouraged, like, really contribute this, because if like it needs to be built in, so it's possible.
Yeah, but that's like a
not
whole
likely.
conversation.
Yeah.
Like, does that make sense? No, okay, let me explain. Like, that's a whole, like, there has to be a whole conversation about it and be like, does this make sense? Like, you can't just go there and fix a bug.
I mean, that's how it should look always. There should be a conversation instead of just going and fixing things, no? Like, you should talk to the no? I mean, I think that we have enough of the cowboy kind of attitude to developing software. I like when people communicate.
That's cool.
Okay.
No. Yeah, you're right. What I meant, like, okay.
No, I
English
know.
is not my primary language. Are you making fun of my English? Okay. Yeah, but what I meant is, like, this has to be a very big conversation about a big feature and stuff like that. Well, like, I don't think that I can just go cowboy style on the view one, but I can probably look at issues and be like, I'm going to cry a little bit, and I might fix this.
Okay, fair point.
Yeah. Fair point. Okay, cool. We are literally blinking out of time. So we have food now, so I hope you're all excited for food. Please check your numbers again, and we'll be back. I think it's in 1 hour. Is it in 1 hour? Can someone please just let me know? Yes. Okay, at 13:50, we will be back. And yeah, have a great lunch, and thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Sarah.
Take care.
What a day. Thank you all so much for being with us. Thank you for watching. And also, thank you so much for participating in our discussions. And once again, thank you to our sponsors for your great support of the React community and also the great support you do for our conference.
And thanks to the Git Nation team for organizing this event. All today's and Friday's recordings will be uploaded to portal.gitnation.org. Check them out there. Full ticket holders will get early access to them, and free attendees will have access to them in a month.
Do not forget that with the Git Nation Multipass, you can get access to all of these amazing conferences. If you want to win one, go ahead and make some noise on Twitter. Let us know how you watched and also how you enjoyed the event.
Your feedback is very important to us. It helps us keep making the event better and better. We have a form available to you at reactday.berlin/feedback. Please submit your feedback there, and we're happy to hear your thoughts.
Save the dates as well for our upcoming big events, which will be held in Amsterdam in 2024. React Summit will be on the 14th and 18th of June.
GS Nation will happen on the 13th and 17th of June. You can get early bird combo tickets already. They are limited, so get them now.
And finally, thank you all so much for being with us. We'll see you all on Tuesday for our day 2 of React Day Berlin. And cheers!
What makes Buñuel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
What makes Buñuel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
What makes Brunel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
What makes Brunel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
What makes Buñuel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
What makes Brunel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
What makes Brunel so special for me, very easy, is the people.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.